Hello and very good morning to all of you. We have woken up this morning to a phenomenal news and a phenomenal start to Hack with Infy Grand Finale 2021. And let me share with you this good piece of news with you. Hack with Infy has won the Brandon Hall Award. In fact, 2 gold awards this morning. So we won the award for the Best Recruitment, Marketing and Employer Branding Program and Best Candidate Experience Program. So congratulations to all for making this phenomenal journey and even more memorable, filled with landmarks like the Brandon Hall Awards. So to begin this morning, let me first introduce myself. I'm Shan Watts and I have with me my colleague Anshi. So Anshi, since now you've been involved with this program for quite some time, what does Hack with Infy essentially means to you?
Well, Shan, to me, Hack with Infy is all about inspiration. Inspiring others is the best thing one can do. It can move mountains. It can give you the courage to build new ideas. An idea is born every minute, and with proper guidance, it surely can do wonders. This, for me, defines the essence of Hack with Infy. Good morning, everyone. We welcome you all to the grand finale of Hack with Infy 2021.
For me, Hack with Infy is not just a program, but a passion, an emotion. The Hack with Infy story that started in 2018 has grown, evolved, and has truly gone on to make history as one of the largest and the fastest growing hackathons in the world. Hack with Infy is a flagship India-wide hackathon to not just provide a perfect stepping stone for students to explore their passion for coding, but also an opportunity to compete and earn a chance to work with Infosys. It is a pleasure to announce that the 4th season of Hack with Infy is in its final stages.
This edition saw a record-breaking registrations from close to 2 lakh students. And after a stringent coding assessment, we have identified the top 99 brains of the country.
The will to win, the desire to succeed, the urge to reach the full potential are the keys that will unlock the doors to personal excellence. Over the course of next 4 days, Hack with Infy will act as a platform which will help you discover your potential, unleash your creativity, and come up with solutions. Leverage guidance from industry stalwarts and give you an opportunity to prove your mettle. So Anshi, what's in store for us today? So Anshi, since you've gone on fees, let me take that up. So Hack with Infy, like we mentioned, Hack with Infy is about excellence. And we have plethora of speakers today who have excelled in their respective field to come and inspire the student community. To start off the proceeding, here is a short message from our leaders wishing you all the very best for this journey. Can we have the leaders video, please?
I'm extremely happy to welcome you to the grand finale of Hack with Infy. This is the 4th edition and one of the most awaited hackathons amongst college students. Only 99 students have been selected to compete in the final round amongst over 2 lakh participants. As such, in my mind, you are already winners for having come thus far. The grand finale is much like the Olympics finals, where the best of best compete and try to win. While you have been assigned teams and given complex problems, statements, which you are expected to solve and develop a working prototype, please also use this opportunity to network with your teams and your mentors. There is no better way to learn than by sharing and doing things. We are living in an era of unprecedented disruption. This is fundamentally reshaping the boundaries and configuration of every industry. Rise of cloud, democratization of data and algorithms, autonomous technologies, are changing the way we live, work, move, and shop.
Hi everyone, I'm delighted to learn that we are running our Hack Within Fee this year virtually with a record number of participants from across India. We are absolutely delighted to host this for the 4th year running, and I'm sure many of you are excited to participate in this event as well. The world across is changing with the COVID pandemic. It's becoming much more virtual, it's becoming very digital. Consumers are shopping online. Delivery mechanisms are changing just in time. Supply chains are becoming much more virtual, and I think that holds very, very good promise for all of you and talent like you across India, because there is not enough English-speaking graduates who know this technology other than what's sitting in India, and that's very, very promising for all of you and your futures. This Hack Within Fee is just not about us looking for talent, but also I think a podium for you all to showcase your skills, learn, compete, and I think more importantly, have fun. So all the very, very best, and love to see the winners out of Hack Within Fee. Take care.
Friends, welcome to the grand finale of Hack Within Fee. As you know, Hack Within Fee is one of the prestigious competitions, and we've got hundreds of people who have been part of it, and now we've come down to the final 100. So this is a phenomenal kind of an opportunity for you to showcase your strengths, showcase all your capabilities. This is going to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because the challenges are huge. You've got working with different people. So make the most out of this, be creative, be innovative. Look at how you can come up with something new, because just stretching your mind that little bit will give you a solution which will really be a winner. So make the most out of it, because a program like this really stretches you, it puts you into think differently, and that's the heart of it. I mean, we want you to think differently. We want you to go and say, okay, how do I step out of my normal thing, try and learn something new, connect with other people, get new ideas, be creative, and come up with a solution that is a winner, right? So it's a great opportunity for you to showcase everything that you've got. You will learn a lot, and I can assure you that you will find this the most memorable thing that you've been part of. So wish you all the best, and I'm looking forward to you joining this. All the best. Thank you.
Wow, what inspiring messages. I'm sure the finalists are all pumped up now. It is rightly said that excellence is not a skill, it is an attitude. It is my honor to introduce a leader who embodies this thought and constantly inspires us to dwell excellence. I would like to welcome Mr. Vardharaj, Vice President, Senior Geo Lead, Talent Acquisition. Vardha, as we fondly call him, is a seasoned talent acquisition professional having straddled diverse recruiting programs across geographies. With a rich experience in lateral recruiting, campus hiring, talent branding, recruitment consulting, and system implementation. Vardha today heads contingent staffing globally as well as recruitment function in India. So welcome, Vardha, and over to you.
Hey, thank you so much, Sean, for the warm welcome, and a good morning to every single one of you who is tuned into this inaugural session, and for the rest of the day. We have a host of fun events as well as some exciting talks and sessions that's been lined up by the team that's organized Hack Within Fee. I'm extremely proud to say that this is the 4th year running in which we are conducting Hack Within Fee. And over the years, it's grown up 4x in terms of participation, in terms of interest, in terms of feedbacks, and in terms of even the outcomes that we see from Hack Within Fee as well. So I think in that sense, this has probably become one of the largest college level hackathons in India and probably the world. And it's also been one of the fastest growing hackathons to have consistently been run year after year across the community as well. Now, the good thing that we've seen with Hack Within Fee is the feedback that we have received from students who have gone through has been extremely encouraging. And we've consciously tried to make, and we strive to make sure that the overall experience that every one of the participants who go through the finale of Hack Within Fee is unique and is something that they carry on through the rest of their working profession, as a professional career as well. So to that extent, there are a lot of challenges that are thrown at you. There are a lot of opportunities that are given to you to express and expose your capabilities and skills and competencies. But importantly, I think what's also clear is that the way we organize the Hack Within Fee program, especially the finale, in which there's a certain set of rounds that you go through, or one round or two rounds before you are shortlisted to be amongst the finalists. And then we are randomly assigning people to form teams, which also delves into this whole aspect of cross-cultural sensitivity, ability to work with people from diverse backgrounds, ability to acclimatize and adjust with one another, synchronize your level of thinking, even though you may have divergences in many other areas, but be bound together with a common goal of coming out with a solution, which is in the larger interest of the society or for the problem statement that's there, etc., right? So I think outside of all of these, I think all of your technical competencies and so on and so forth, one key takeaway that I would like for you all to have with you is this expectation that you will become a professionally more proficient, more collaborative, and an engaging individual who is able to actually navigate through and work with people across the board, right? Given that it's a virtual event, it also puts up a lot additional set of constraints that you're not there in person to interact with each other and bond and connect and then do those chai sessions or whatever to solution. But here you're sitting in virtual groups, you're sitting in virtual teams, you're at your place, your team members in his or her house or in some other place. And you guys are trying to collaborate and trying to come out with a solution of develop a working prototype as well. And that is really the future of technology, if you will, right? That's a future of collaboration. That's a future of collaborative work environments going forward too. So therefore, much as we are all trying to see how we are able to provide for physical connects, in-person connects, face-to-face connects with people, the technology has become so prevalent in enabling and facilitating some of these that the future of work itself looks to be people who are going to be based across different parts of the world, but are connected by a single thread, which is the single line and single thread, which is about the objective or the outcome that is expected out of this entire collective effort, right? And that's the thing that we are really trying to encourage and provide for here as well. But outside of that, we have worked very closely with the strategic technology group of Infosys to come up with some fantastic problem statements, which will really make you think hard. Solution architect, design an application or design a solution, and then actually go ahead and develop it, right? To an extent that you will also be expected to develop a working prototype in that sense, which will help us, which will run use cases, test cases, whatever. And we will obviously, our esteemed panelists will also be looking at the efficacy and effectiveness of the core and the output that is being shown as well, right? So therefore, the one thing I would like to tell you is, given the fact that you have not known who your teammates are well ahead of time, I think you might have gotten to know them just a couple of days ago, right? Pretty much. I think the important point is to make sure that you get to know each other very well, the likes, dislikes, tastes, and preferences, and so on and so forth, right? It's not just about trying to say that, hey, you know what, you do this part of, somebody takes the role of a lead and says, you do this part of the design, you do this part of the testing, and you do this part of the coding, and so on and so forth. It doesn't work that way. I think the point I'm trying to articulate is when you're working in teams, it is important to also know the people in and out, right? It's not just only in the professional realm. When you start getting to know your colleagues in a personal realm, the amount of collective output that you can achieve is going to be a lot more, because you then start getting to know each other better. You know each other's strengths and areas of improvement, what makes the person tick, what makes the person really get motivated, and so on and so forth. So it's like collectively you start providing each other motivation when you come to a standstill. For example, you just come to a crossroads and you're not sure of which way to go, because each one has its own outcomes and directions to take. So therefore, I think it's important that much as you try to solve for this problem and come out with a working prototype, you also try and build deep bonds and relationships with your teammates and get to know each other very, very well. And I think that's when you'll find collective success. It's quite possible that in the group of 3 or 4 people, or 4 or 5 people, it's possible that there could be maybe a laggard, and there is a real fast track performer, right? So I think the need of the hour is essentially, in order for you to succeed in a competitive scenario, which is time bound and which also has a lot of problem statements thrown in. We have in fact extended the whole hackathon, giving you more time. It's 48 hours as opposed to 24 hours that generally is run, right? So what we're also trying to do is to make sure that we're giving you more time to really think through and come out with a much better solution that you would have otherwise been able to do in 24 hours, if that's the case, right? I think that's something you should try to take a note of, basis feedback that we received. The other thing that we want to be making you aware is, I think it's not only about a competitive spirit, it is also about a partnering spirit as well. It's not just about trying to collaborate or partner or get to know people within your own team. As far as possible, given that it's a virtual environment, it might be a little difficult, but much as you can, try and connect with people in other teams as well. There's absolutely no harm in it, right? Because you never know. At the end of the day, you might learn something new basis interactions with some of the other people in other teams and stuff, and something technically good and knowledgeable for you, which will be useful for you as you go along and start developing solutions on your own for many other either competitions or in your professional life and stuff. So therefore, I think some of these bonds that you build will necessarily need to last for a much longer time, and try and do that, focus on that. But importantly, go with a single-minded mission when it comes to this competition, to say, I'm going to win this. Be the Neeraj Chopra of Hack Within Fee. And that's exactly what that we would like you all to aspire for, right? So work hard, focus on the understand the question, understand the problem statement very, very clearly, right? We are not looking at just a mere random working prototype, because ultimately some of these solutions that you build, we may try to incorporate, or we may try to see how to expand that if there is a larger potential for it, right? So therefore, always keep this in mind, that you're not trying to develop a solution for here and now just for the sake of a contest, but also keep in mind that somewhere down the line, this might actually be useful for the organization or for the society, or maybe some of our clients as well, right? So some of these reusable components, etc., might just be extracted and stuff. But the thinking is very important. That do remember, this is probably not just a contest. It is also about trying to look at solutions which can sustain, which can be useful for not just winning an award, but it's also about useful for Infosys, useful for our clients, useful for the society at large, and so on and so forth, right? So from that standpoint, I would want you to wear that thinking hat and innovative hat as well, in the way you look at these problem statements and are designing and developing the solutions as well. Take advantage of the mentors that'll be there with you through the course of this these next 48 hours. get inputs, seek advice, all of that. Whenever they're wanting to do some reviews, be very transparent and open about what you've done, what are the thoughts that you have, what are the approaches that you think that you're trying to evaluate or that you've evaluated, and so on and so forth. So take advantage of that, because these mentors are very, very experienced and many of them are top technology architects in the organization as well, more often than not. So, and they're very, very passionate about technology, and they will be able to guide you and mentor you and provide you the inputs that might be needed in order to make your solution a lot more robust, a lot more flexible, and also probably the viability and aspects might also come in, right? There's always, whenever you develop a solution, you always look at a couple of factors. It is feasibility, viability, and sustainability, right? So any solution that you come out with, first it has to be feasible to actually develop and deliver to anybody else, right? It's not just about this competition, but assuming that there's a problem statement like this which comes in real life. Let's say you are running a company and there's a large program or solution that's expected from a problem statement that's thrown at you from a company, from your client, then how are you going to evolve that solution and stuff? But when you look at it, it should also be not just feasible to develop a solution and deliver a solution which might work, but it should also be financially viable for not just you, but for the company that's adopting that solution as well, right? The third one is, of course, it has to be a sustainable one, so that irrespective of what the business scenario is, or the more complications that come up into this, or more additional inputs that come into this particular solution, or variables that you need to consider while building the solution as you go along, it should be able to easily adapt to newer and newer circumstances. So that's it should become a sustainable solution as well, which has a long shelf life with the client before it needs to get completely revamped or replenished and so on and so forth. So just keeping some of these aspects in mind when you're evolving the solution. But outside of that, I would want you to really have fun as much as you can with all these sessions and fun stuff that Shan and Nungshi and Vikram and all have organized. I think you're going to have an exciting 2 or 3 days ahead, and I would want to wish you the best. May the best come out winners to win the gold. But as far as I'm concerned, all the 99 of you are already winners in some sense, because you have been chosen from among the 1.92 lakh people who applied. So imagine that, right? You're like 100 out of almost 2 lakh people, right? That is that's the sort of a scale and the filtration that we are talking about here. So to that extent, you're already in that realm. Like it's like 1 in 2,000 folks essentially, right? So that's the thing I would want to leave you with. That in my mind, I think you already are winners. But now this competition is about gunning for the top slot, getting the first or the second prize and stuff, right? Becoming the winners, and that's just an added feather in the cap as far as the contest is concerned, right? Because it comes with certain recognition, it comes with certain money and all of that, right? So I think you can obviously boast about it and stuff, but ultimately, I think in my mind, all of you are winners. And one of the other things that we would want to ensure is that I'm sure everybody has gone through, all of you have gone through a discussion or an interview process with Infosys as well, because the reason is I think this is also an exciting way for us to hire some top-notch technical talent who can come and start joining the strategic technology group soon after completion of the course. And we are able to take advantage of your technical quotient as well. I mean, just to let you know, there are, in fact, from a recruitment perspective, we work with the strategic technology group for a lot of our technology requirements within recruitment. And I have come across, I think the strategic technology group themselves holds a set of people with them who are typically the Hack Within Fee selected folks, right? And it's fantastic. It's just phenomenal the way they are able to understand, the way they are able to keep focusing on the technical solution and not giving up and coming out with a solution. And the responsiveness that we've seen from some of these people has been phenomenal, right? So we are very happy with the crop of people that we've been able to hire through Hack Within Fee. And so therefore, I think this is also an exciting opportunity for you all to aspire for a job with Infosys as well. And we would be more than happy to hire you all into the organization. Of course, subject to your going through the process and stuff, right? But from an organizational standpoint, I think our trajectory is something that you might have seen in the public news and stuff. In the way we are growing, the way we have rebounded, and the way we have claimed the bellwether status of the IT industry and in the markets. We've just crossed $100 billion in market cap very recently, and I think I saw a note about that recently. So I think the company is firing on all cylinders, and I think we are increasingly and progressively trying to rapidly transform the digital technology, digital landscapes of our clients. And I think that's where a lot more of people like you make tremendous sense for Infosys, a company like Infosys. And so therefore, I see a very bright future for you with Infosys or even outside. But just remember this, that whatever you touch, whatever you choose to do, technology is something that is all pervasive. And the fact that you've come to the finale essentially means that you love and you embrace technology pretty much, right? I think just don't lose that mojo and keep at it, be flexible, learn a lot, be aware of what's happening in the technology industry, and build strong networks which will help you in gaining additional knowledge as you go along as well. And that's going to be very important. It's not self-learning, never always is complete. Peer learning is extremely important in trying to understand what's really happening and stuff. And I think the two sisters are also here now for the next program. So without much ado, I'll sign off. I want to wish you the best. And like I said, all of you, each one of you is a winner as far as I'm concerned. Each one of you is 1 in 2,000, right? So I think that's the level of competitiveness that you guys have gone through to come thus far. Wish you the best, and may the best team win and build a lot of friends, new friends, as you go along from this particular group. So thank you so much and good luck. Thanks, everybody.
Hi, Vardha. We're not going to leave you like this. We have some questions from the audience. So you have to take a couple of questions.
I thought I'll escape. Sure. Thanks.
Well, thank you so much, Vardha, for opening the ceremony with these thoughts. I'm sure students are more inspired and motivated to put their best foot forward. Well, now we'll take up some questions from the audience. So to start off, can you speak about the benefits a student can entail from such programs? Obviously, apart from the cash prize, the trophy, and a job in Infosys.
Yeah, so I think the first and foremost, I think I've covered some of this during the spiel that I gave just now, right? But importantly, I think it's an exposure that people get about the sort of problems that companies like Infosys or the others try to solve for the clients, right? That's a very real situation, because generally what we find is students, when they're in colleges, I mean, you look at the resumes, the general IT projects that they have worked with will be development of a hospital management system, right? Development of a library management system, and things like that. And I think those are very, very rudimentary projects that many of the students might have worked. But the opportunities like this is like Hack Within Fee or many others, right? This is where I think we try to expose the sort of complex problems that many of us try to deal with. In a physical world, for example, when we used to have our physical event at Pune, TC, I mean, I've personally seen students developing not just software, right? Not just application. It is also about integrating hardware into the overall ecosystem. In looking at things like smart farming, for example. And smart farming is something that can be transformational for the Indian agricultural industry. And you know that, right? It's like 70% of India depends on farming, right? The large labor class is involved in farming. And the vagaries of monsoon, vagaries of weather impact the farming output so significantly that every year there is government which is doling out money and buying stuff from the farmers irrespective of what are the other things that are happening in terms of those new rulings and rules that have come about, which probably are beneficial. But outside of that, what I'm saying is that things like these are very, very, very relevant in current context and for tomorrow as well, right? So from that standpoint, the students actually get exposure to solutioning or evolving solutions that can have a transformational impact, not just on organizations or clients, but potentially the society at large. Another thing I can think of is there's a fire hazard, forest fire hazard early warning systems, right? Which, like, for example, Infosys has developed for one of its governmental clients in Australia, right? So this is not something that Infosys developed entirely on its own. And I think this was something that we are also given to some of the students as well, right? To see how students are able to think through and come about with a solution which can be evolved. But it's not that Infosys had already not thought of a solution, but it was more about trying to make sure that the students get that exposure of thinking in a way in an organizational context, and thinking at scale as well, right? Which will be more beneficial for the society or the governments or the companies or the end consumers in the end, right? So I think these are things that typically we try to provide exposure to. I think it's about, apart from much of the other things that I've spoken earlier, I think this very important piece of getting a context and a view of the kind of complexity that we come across, the scale of operations, the sort of projects that or the solutions that we evolve for clients. I think those are the things that I would like for the students to have a good takeaway with and get a view on. Back to you, Nungshi. Thank you.
Thank you, Varda. That was very well articulated. So the last question for you is a pretty interesting one. What is that one advice you would want to give to students for cracking Hack with Infy 2021?
For cracking Hack with Infy, okay. Yeah, if you can hack into the other systems, please do. but I'm just kidding. All I'm saying is, guys, I think it's just perseverance in my view. That's a singular word I would tell here, right? Keep remembering this. The more you keep pegging at something, the easier it'll become to break it, right? I mean, think of a kingfisher or woodpecker, right? You look at it, the toughest of wood, it actually makes a hole and builds a nest out there, right? And how does it do it? It just keeps going on, right? And the number of pecks that it does, if you count it, it'll be in several thousands to just make that hole out there in the nest. And this is very, very thick wood that it really breaks into as well. And it doesn't happen because you do it for 10 times and the bird says, "Oh God, I'm tired. I just have to fly. Let me figure out some other, some of the bark which is slightly thinner, which I can break into." It doesn't do that, right? I think the woodpecker really goes after it, single-minded focus. I have to break open. I have to make the nest out there for whatever reason, but I have to make the nest out there. And this is a way for me to do it. This is a way I know to do it. And so just keep pegging at it, right? Outside of that, I think it is about you apply the same concept in anything that you're doing, be it in trying to come out with a solution, be it in a way that you guys are completely choked in sense of there's no new thinking, you have a mental block or anything at all, right? You keep thinking and you suddenly come to a stage where saying, "Boss, mera dimag nahi chal raha hai. Chal ek chai pite," right? It happens. And that's exactly how things progress, right? And so you take that break, but keep coming back and doing it, working on it. I'm sure that you'll be able to make it. Be it in design, be it in solution, be it in even the coding that you will do, be it in the testing or anything at all, right? And most importantly, the actual solution that you're going to try and discuss right in the beginning. So perseverance is the one single word I would think here, and everything else will be surrounding that, right? You can be intelligent, you can be creative, you can be good in technology, but unless you have that will to really persevere, I don't think you will get that outcome that you're looking for. So stay abreast. I'm looking forward to this, and we are very excited to welcome you all again. So thank you so much, and have a fantastic 2 days ahead with you.
Thank you so much, Varda, for your stimulating responses.
Thank you very much, and Thanks, everybody. I'll invite the two sisters as well. I'm going to be off the stage, but I'll be listening in. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vardha, for your words of wisdom. Talent can help to win games, but intelligence and teamwork can win championships. This is the whole essence of Hack Within Fee, wherein these students have to collaborate with each other to find solutions to problems. I'm sure these students are the best in terms of their coding skills and great individual contributors. But what will be more interesting is to see how these people collaborate with each other and create magic. On that note, we have with us the mountaineering twins, Tashi and Nungshi Malik, who are the epitome of teamwork. They became world's first female twins to scale Mount Everest. They scaled highest peak in all continents and skied to North and South Poles, becoming world's first siblings and twins, as well as first and only South Asians to complete the Adventurer Grand Slam. At that time, they were also world's youngest persons to achieve it. Most recently, in 2019, they became the first Indians and South Asians to select and lead Team India in the world's toughest race, Eco Challenge Fiji, hosted by the adventurer Bear Grylls on Amazon Prime. It is dubbed as the Olympics of Adventure. It is indeed an honor to have you amongst us, Tashi and Nungshi. Can you hear it from them, please?
And we're live. Well, hello, everybody. Hello. We know you all are filing into the participants room from all over India. So good morning to you. As Shan just mentioned, actually, we are tuning in from Dehradun, where we are based. And as luck would have, it started raining heavily since last night. We weren't even sure that we'd be able to do this live. So far, so good. It's looking great. Fingers crossed. Well, the two of us may seem to be extremely charged up as we just finished our circuit training a while ago. Or it might have been the 10 hours of sleep we got last night. That's the longest we've slept. Yeah. So bear with us. Hi, I'm Nungshi. That's Tashi. I'm older to her by 21 minutes, which is why I get to speak first. And it's a huge blessing. I guess for those who have siblings, they would probably understand why I say this. We're just going to share a little about us. And if we can have the presentation, please. Right. Okay. So growing up, the two of us had a very nomadic life due to our dad's military profession and had lived in almost every type of geographical location, deserts, mountains, by the sea, tropical rainforests, and high altitudes. I guess the love for outdoors and love for new people and places was a natural inheritance for us. Our father has had a huge influence in shaping our worldview towards adventure and daring. As early as we can recall, we were exposed to this out-of-the-box living. I mean, how many children at age 4 would go parasailing tied to their dad's back with a t-shirt used as a harness, like an improvised harness? Or for that instance, take a ride on the roof of the car, sitting on the carrier, clutching excitedly at the rods for balance on dirt track in the mountains. That's what we landed up doing when fighting for a seat near the window for better view. Dad lifted us up car stop, saying the world looks more beautiful from high above. So I think those formative years are, like our early exposure to these unique, wild experiences sort of instilled that badassery in us and kind of wired us differently. Those early years really shaped our own worldview, which we now realize was so uncommon. We never had the pressure to perform. And as mom was frequently worried about where such philosophy would land us, dad wouldn't even ask us the result of our academic exams. Yeah. He would simply remark, you are your best judge. You know best what you like most. You set your goals, you plan your work, and whatever you achieve, you are the ones to decide if you're happy with that or not. If the answer is yes, that's great. If not, only you guys can decide what to do about it. If you want to seek my opinion, most welcome, but I will never say what's best for you. That is your privilege, he said. Dad put us in the driver's seat at a very young age. Fast forward 2010, we were 19 when our first expedition took us to the enchanting Himalayan peak, Mount Rudugera in the Indian Himalayas, standing tall at 19,000 feet. The entire aspect of this all-girls expedition was left to us, right? From planning to execution, all of it. As days pass, the altitude increases and fatigue sets in. Then it's all about you and the mountain. No age, no gender, and no family background matters. Physical appearance doesn't matter, nor does one's size and weight. Only the best reach the summit. For us, that was really an epiphany. The open air, the hard work up the mountain, and the ability to climb amidst ice seracs and to push for hours, making it to the summit. For the first time, we realized what we were capable of achieving being girls. Holding the tricolor on one hand, ice axe on the other, and looking at this vast expanse of smaller mountains. In that moment, we felt we could climb any mountain anywhere. We could surmount any obstacle, any barrier, whether man-made or natural. In reaching the summit, we had discovered what Dad so often used to talk to us about, our hidden inner resources, a peep into our hitherto untapped potential. Looking back on how far we came, despite all the challenges, the sweet cold air and the sense of belonging to Mother Earth made us want to do it again and again.
But when we got home, people weren't happy for us. You know, many would express sarcasm, and their language of sound advice was meant to create fear rather than confidence in our dream. You know, do you realize you're a girl? What if you lose a limb? Who will marry you? How will you, earn a living out of such a stupid passion? In fact, even our mother, she said that this is too dangerous and that we should quit climbing. And we started to think that maybe they were right, but our father did not let us give in to our fears. He always asked us to follow our passion and helped us climb the next mountain and then the next until we decided to go for Everest and later the Explorers Grand Slam. Yeah. So since we can't cram all the experiences in 30, 40 minutes, I'm going to dig out a story we think relates well with the current pandemic, the sheer isolation and slow progress. Here's the Arctic. On April 15th, we departed for the Arctic Ocean. Unlike Antarctica, North Pole is the northernmost point on Earth, located in the middle of the ocean amidst waters 4,000 meters deep that are covered with constantly shifting sea ice 2 to 3 meters thick. We are flown and dropped off at 89 degrees north latitude via charter flight and had to ski to 90 degrees. This 1 degree on ground equals approximately 115 kilometers. As soon as the heli leaves, you are surrounded by a roaring silence. You feel very alone when the plane takes off. Really, really alone. There's no civilization. It's us. Thousands of miles of ice and nobody. The undulating snow, jagged, the noise is astronomical. It can be viciously serene, so it looks all beautiful. But within a couple minutes, it can turn stormy and nasty and threateningly dangerous, limiting visibility to almost zero, affecting our judgment of steps. As a matter of fact, this is us on the move in the morning at about 4:30 in the morning. Despite, folks from the base at Borneo warning us, teams about this dangerous storm coming in and advising us to stay put, when suddenly out of nowhere, a member from the research team walks out of his tent with a Magnum handgun, to ward off the polar bear. He mistook us for polar bears. Had it not been for like our team screaming out aloud, hey there, it's us humans, I kid you not, our tagline would have read RIP Explorers. It was just a split second. And that would have been ugly for sure, right? On an average, we had to ski for about 10 to 12 hours daily with winds blowing the tracks away behind us and pull about 70 kilo loads by sled, which was kind of anchored to our waist. Now you can imagine the effort when all of this is to be executed at average minus 30, 40 degrees Celsius. We were damned.
The beginning of a long expedition is pure hell. Every step you take is painful. So you arm yourself with patience. That the whole nature of this exercise is really about putting one foot in front of the other. When you're out on the ice, everything comes at you. You've got this freezing, humid, cold Arctic wind that goes right through you and penetrates you to the bone. You have no option but just to carry on moving forward. I call it almost like the point of no return. Out in these far-flung expeditions, it's also crucial that we don't do anything stupid. Let's say we injure ourselves, right? Let's say we pull a muscle or something, and we are in that kind of environment. It's game over. It's a brutal impact on the body that we need to preemptively train for. In this next video, you can see how one twin is busy doing all the work to secure the tent from being blown away. It was, I think at the time, 40 knots, while the other twin recoups. I leave it to you guys to guess which one's which. One is the more hardworking twin, I guess. Perks of being in a team, right? But that was us. That's how we pitch our tent in the Arctic. It's the size of your bed, I guess, from the inside. So the other biggest challenge that we faced in the North Pole was to negotiate leads. Okay, these are the open water patches, as you can probably tell in this picture, which varied from 1 meter to several meters in width. And as we got closer to the North Pole, crossing became long and difficult as we would zigzag to avoid deep leads. They were major leads. Because of this crazy movement of the sea ice, because it's constantly moving, we experienced negative drifts twice. So what that means is basically for every kilometer we made, we would lose 1/10 of a kilometer or 2/10 of a kilometer. That was the most frustrating thing on the ice. So much for motivation. You pitch your tent, you halt for the night, and you think you're closer to the North Pole, where in the morning you wake up and you see that you've drifted a couple of kilometers away. It is a very long process, and that's the first time we kind of experienced that kind of a phenomena, which was very, very strange. Now, what had happened was we were roughly 4 kilometers from the North Pole when we witnessed this big lead stretching for miles. Okay, so the only way forward was through. So we used our polkas, our sleds, to get all the team members across. We were 5 of us. When Tashi and I stood on the ice sheet, it was so thin that with every breath we took, it felt as though the ice under our feet was cracking to open fresh leads. So cut, and suddenly we hear Brent, our polar guide, break through the ice. We don't swear, but there we were like, shit, and help. The lead became wider and wider. He was crawling, pulling himself up and dragging his skis, and our heart kept sinking as he sank. It was like this nightmare to watch him. The weather was beginning to shut down. Each time we just thought, how are we going to get out of this? It was almost despair. The lead nearly swallowed him. And you can't stop thinking what would happen if all of us fell in. Then somehow there was like this bizarre moment where the ice sheet, these big, great pans of ice just started to come back together, closing the lead. And that's how we managed to get back on it and help haul him out. Memories of that trip still haunt us till date, and are so vivid. The thing is, when you're out on the ice with a team, and when you know voluntarily or involuntarily that you have to be a part of this expedition, then you feel responsible for each member that's out there. That experience really changed us in fundamental ways. We understood better how our life shrinks or expands in proportion to our courage. The courage to cross the barriers in our mind and the courage to cross the mountains in our hearts. This applies to all jobs and to every field of human activity. When you put yourself out of your comfort zone, growth happens, period. It gives you the chance to sort of explore inwardly, to explore and understand who we are, where our limits lie, and how we can live more and become more. There is no success or failure for us. It's always about trying and learning. On a personal level, I think, the thing that I value the most and hold on to as an anchor in my life through whatever I've experienced is teamwork. It has a synergy like no other. There is, of course, the traditional wisdom that says, alone you go fast, but together you go farther. We believe that life is not this 100-meter race. And the power of collective action is incredible. Teamwork really doesn't mean losing your individual identity or freedom, which a lot of us think. It only means that many of us are working together for the common purpose, where each one brings on board these unique skills and abilities. It's like the 5 fingers of our hand, right? All different sizes. But together, look at what all functions we can achieve. So remember this, there's so much of scope of growth for all of us. And the moment you realize this, the benefit of this collective energy and power, you'll do wonders. All great leaders are great team builders, and we've realized its value early on in life. And we consciously try to improve the art of team building. And I think if it wasn't for the two of us, we would have never, ever made it to any of these summits, let alone Everest.
Wow. Well, the two of us, often talk about our climbing adventures and the lessons that we learned from it. But today I also wanted to talk about an adventure, that had a major impact on us.
Yeah.
Not just physically, but also mentally and emotionally. And that was competing in the world's toughest race, Eco Challenge, which happened in Fiji. And, it's still premiering on Amazon Prime. But this was one of its kind of adventure where the two of us had never done anything like this before. We were absolute rookies. But one thing we realized post-eco race is that, you should never say that you can't do something, or that something is impossible, or that something can't be done. Because no matter how discouraging or harrowing it may be, we are limited by what we allow ourselves to be limited by, and that's our minds, right? We are each the masters of our own reality. And when we become self-aware to this, absolutely anything is possible. Well, in the many months prior to the race, we had remained relatively sedentary. And when the offer came, we were so unprepared. But taking lessons from that situation, these days we continue to be in shape. We keep a basic level of fitness and preparation so that, we are ready when opportunity comes. But before I share my experience, I wanted to give you a sneak peek into what the race was like. So I'll play a small clip here.
This is not a normal adventure race.
Our biggest fear is not the other teams. It's the course.
I need help!
This is the closest we ever get to being superheroes.
671 kilometers. Mountains, jungles, rivers, ocean.
Just pedal through.
And swamp.
Oh my God.
And it is
So hard.
brutal.
4 hours of sleep in 4 days.
I don't mind climbing, I mind dying.
This is an expedition with a stopwatch, and the clock is always ticking.
¡Estamos llegando!
My whole life is this race, and I might not have what it takes to get through this.
This race isn't over till the athlete says I can't race.
Never give up. Fight till the end.
Eco Challenge Fiji. This will stick with me forever.
We've got a team down. A team is down.
What year is it?
Get goosebumps. I know. Wow. Well, being through a world's toughest race, it was simply out of the world feeling. I don't think I can describe it adequately in words. I think no money can buy such an experience. We feel so privileged and fortunate to have got this life-changing opportunity, especially as girls. And so grateful to our parents for even allowing us on such a physically and mentally most demanding adventure of which we had no prior skills or experience. Where else can you remain continuously on the move, non-stop for 11 days and nights over a most demanding landscape and water bodies, and changing modes of movement, from rafting, canoeing, stand-up paddleboarding to rope climbing, trekking and navigation. There was swimming, there was mountain biking. It was just the ultimate epic adventure of our life. Now, for someone who is totally new to a field of activity, for us then to say yes was the biggest challenge. Then to have given it our best in whatever little time we had, and then by sheer grit and determination, by pushing our boundary to a point that we had never thought earlier in our wildest dream that we can do. This was a huge learning because, this was a team in a competitive environment, whereas before this, we had never operated in a team in a competitive environment. So this was the first time. So this is the unique part of the race, is that we really saw team dynamics, both internally, but bound together because the team had to win. This is the most fantastic thing that the challenge does. It is the whole team that finishes together. One team member did, that's a team thing. So it's an amazing sense of, collective destiny. Now, there were moments in the race, where it was 4 of us in a team, and there would be times when, one of us would be good at a skill and they would try to accomplish a task. But really, no matter how far you try to get, it wouldn't make much of a difference because it had to be all 4 of you doing that task. So I guess, when we looked at the leadership lessons, in eco challenges, that, when we looked at successful teams that comprised of leaders that could also follow, and, they could shift gears without harming the team. At times, it presents you with situations that you see the worst in people, behavior that's unbecoming. You recognize a behavior in yourself that perhaps you didn't know of until you were put under that, pressure of leadership. And as leadership, I have always not found it glamorous, as it can bring out the worst in people, including oneself. So we take the opportunity to learn or improve the areas where, we can see the impact of our own actions in those times. Leadership is also affected by the people you're leading, and the ability to be adaptable to those, shifting behaviors that are part of your team is an incredible asset. Now, being the team captain, I realized that I was leading the team, but I was also being led by the team members. And therefore, it's important to, support and trust one another. I guess, the real pitfalls, or let's say the cliffs that some leaders fall off is, where maybe they are in a disagreement with an action, and that makes them incapable of, creating motion or action behind. In reality, I think we need to be capable of giving support to a strategy or to an action, even if you're not in full agreement with it. I think the biggest learning about myself while I was racing is that simply that I had this incredible ability in so many of the areas, in the skill sets that were necessary to race. And I had never been a leader of teams myself before, but in this particular situation, I was the captain of our team. And I learned most about my team members, that they had to elevate their ability to be compassionate, and that at any given day, there were spits and falls in those categories where I saw behaviors that were not impressive, but yet they were still an impressive person. So I find that when I look back, and I think I really did a good job of communicating the standards, pushing people's efforts while being compassionate to their state of mind. One of the things that were also unique about Eco Challenge is that, you take these incredibly fit, skilled, intelligent, experienced athletes, and when you're put in situations where you have very little sleep, very little food and water, and you're put under immense pressure, when you have to get to the next checkpoint as fast as you can. So when you're put in these situations, your body and mind just can't thrive. The learning component, I guess, just shuts down. And then you revert to the non-processes that have been ingrained in you. And so one of the things I communicate that I think it's really important is that, you have to psych yourself physically and health-wise to be capable of learning. Our brain is a growing living organism. So we need to feed it, fuel it, and rest it. And when we do those things really well, we actually find that our minds are much more open to taking and learning. And that is really magnified in this race. How much people fail to learn how to be successful in our environment. And post-race, if there's one way I define success, is that it's a peace of mind that is a direct result of self-satisfaction, in knowing, you did your best, that you were capable of becoming. Even if we did not make it to the finish line, we knew we had to give it our all. Failure is always a hard thing. In our case, especially as, we had so far succeeded in all our climbs in our first attempt. This race seemed imminent failure. But we do believe that a person who has done his or her best and who is conscious that he or she has done his or her best is a success, even though the world may write you down as a failure. Now, on this race, I remember, since it was 4 of us, and like we all mentioned, alone, you do get fast, but together you go farther. And that was really magnified in this race. I remember moments where my sister, we've always been together in expeditions, but these were the moments where, she had to look after herself first, look after her interests. And there would be moments where I would cry because I could not keep up with that expectation in a team. And I realized that, no matter how difficult this gets, you really have to be so positive, because at the end of the day, you all have to stick together to get to that goal. And that is really, really important. So before, I just wrap up, I just want to say that, one should never be intimidated by what you don't know. That can be your greatest strength, and ensure that you do things differently from everyone else, because the single biggest commitment I think we ever have to make is to the process of hard work and being willing to put the work into developing the character, the competencies, the all-round abilities. It's a multifaceted effort, and you want to be directing that energy consciously, intending to improve in those areas is what will elevate your capabilities as a leader. So having said that, thank you for listening. We didn't want to bore you with our stories from all these climbs, because it is quite stressful sometimes. We don't talk of our challenges more, but having said that, I'm glad that my sister has always been there with me, and together we know the power of this twinship, this synergy that has helped us accomplish so much. And that's the message that I want to give you going forward, is that, make sure that no matter where in life you go, you do think about others also in the team, because that's very important for any successful career or a job that you're in. So all the best to all of you who are aspiring to be the best version of yourself. I know you have it in you, and that's our message from today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tashi and Nungshi, for sharing your experiences with us. Teamwork definitely makes dream work.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we have a lot of inspiration to take from your thoughts. Well, now we have some questions from the audience. So to start off, since we are all confined to a virtual setup, we all are working from home, and there's limited interaction with our colleagues and with our friends. So what will be your advice and approach to enhance teamwork in this situation?
Wow, that's a very interesting question. Yeah. Something that we have never felt the urge of developing, because we have each other by our side constantly. So if you don't have a twin, you're lucky, right? In situations like this, I think what I would like to say is that virtually, Tash and I always try and connect with like-minded souls, with people who have really had a good impact in our lives throughout our journeys, because this is a constant effort. Some of the skills that you develop doesn't happen overnight. It's a matter of taking time, finding time to connect with others. And in this process, also putting yourself in that situation where you feel like something is not happening as you expected, and kind of always doing those role plays and brainstorming with one another as you're constantly connected through online mediums. We are not techies, and to be honest, I at least stay away from the screens as much as I can. I think my total time on my phone is an hour, 15 minutes every day. So in that sense, I'm still very much away from all of this. I like personal interactions, but me and Tashi constantly reflect on some of the journeys that we've been on. It gives us time to introspect, to see where some of the things that we implemented worked, where it didn't, and areas that we need to constantly improve. I can tell you, like, working together in like for us has been absolutely easy because it's inherent, it's natural. But we've also climbed across the globe with people that we had never met or seen. And they do pose a different kind of challenge. Each time there's a new learning with it. You're not born with those skill sets. You just keep shining your skills as you go along. So I think, you find time to connect with people who are like-minded, who challenge you, who constantly remind you what you should be doing and how you should be doing it. I think that'll be a neat way to kind of go in that process. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Tashi and Nungshi, for answering that question. The next question is a pretty interesting one. Since you both are sisters and you know each other really well, you get to spend time with each other, and you have a very good camaraderie between both of you. But what if you have to scale a mountain with a complete stranger? What would have been your approach on this?
I've been thinking about this quite a bit.
That's a really good question, because there have been moments where people do ask us that question. But honestly speaking, from my side of things, I feel like it will be a challenge, no doubt, because I feel like mountaineering is a sport where your life is at stake. It's a sport where within a fraction of a second things can just completely change. And as long as I know, when I'm with my sister, I know there's always this sense of security and safety in the mountains, where I know if I was to be in a situation where it was pretty dangerous, she would be my left hand and help me out of it. But with a complete stranger, I know there will be moments where I'd be questioning that, because what if that person doesn't want to save me but want to save himself or herself before? So those are the questions that would probably strike you as to be not very exciting. But I mean, we have climbed in the past. We've not climbed alone yet, which we still have to discover. But we have climbed with other male colleagues, and we know the kind of challenges that it poses. Having to trust somebody else from other teams, or a male counterpart or some other mountaineer. It's not easy, and you have to sort of, like I said, elevate that companionship within you, because that this is something that you love. The person who is there climbing as well is there for a reason, which is to climb the mountain. So I think in those empathetic terms, we will be, good. But when it comes to life and safety, I would still question that. I would still be a little worried.
I think it's still very sound to go with someone that and have fully understood, because a lot is at stake when you're out there. And you just don't know how under, like extreme pressure somebody performs. And it's actually true. We've never been able to kind of put ourselves, think of ourselves in a situation where only one of us could survive. And I think if that's the case, it'll be a very difficult decision to take with a complete stranger. You just don't know, what comes over them. So I don't think number one, we'll be in the mountains without each other. But the truth is also that, our mom was always worried, because at home we are the worst of enemies. We fight a lot. And she was always worried that one of us would push somebody off the summit. And she was hoping that news would never come her way. So we've had our own, challenges going out together on expeditions. But nonetheless, there's something about being siblings and understanding each other inside out. And that definitely is a great morale booster.
Well, Tashi and Nungshi, that was a very impressive answer. The last question we have for you will definitely resonate with our audience, since all these finalists are from different parts of the country and they have never interacted with each other in the past. So what will be your one advice you want to give them to enhance teamwork?
Wow. Well, from my side, I think, just to succeed in life, whether personally or professionally, we do have to take risks sometimes. And, the world is changing so fast that, probably yesterday's way is not suited to the future. And if you fail to adapt to changing circumstances, we fall into this trap of, complacency, which I believe is the biggest danger in life. So really look at the positive side of things, right? Like, what can come out of this whole collaboration with one another? What could we do better when, we have others to think about and also act in that direction? I think that for me works a lot, because I know the circumstances have completely changed in the recent times. And these are the times when we need one another. So I feel like, as human beings, we have become more conscious of who we are and the people around us, because, for us, it's now moving into we as a community and, really helping one another succeed. So look at the positive side, not the negatives, and always be charged up to do something different, to, keep the negative energy out and really focus on the positives and what can derive out of this whole teamwork. I think constantly as we were traveling, and this was like personally being in a state in India, because we were moving so frequently, we changed about 10 schools. But one thing I think which also virtually people can do is kind of take time to probably read about some of the states in India, the people, the culture, some of the trends in that particular area, where you can learn more about the people. And I think language is one such thing. You're spending time probably learning a language or two about, for somebody who is, let's say, in Maharashtra or in Dehradun, it doesn't really matter. I think language is a connector. So there are a lot of these like interesting things people can actually look into when they're thinking of connecting with folks from across India. But I can tell you, it is a challenge. What in this process you have to remember is don't be egoistic about progressing alone. Keep that away. Keep an open mind and an open heart, and welcome as many people in your bubble, because it only strengthens you. For us, mental strength has kind of been that offensive strategy, where it helps us live the best life. But then you have things like resilience that can help you bounce back from anything that comes your way. So strengthen those traits, and it takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. I can tell you, we've been climbing for the last 10 years, and there are still things that we need to learn from one another. But constantly try to improve your area in team building, and do that as much as you can through role plays, interacting on social media, whichever way. But find time to do that constructively. Yeah.
Very well answered, Tashi and Nungshi. I strongly believe that finding connectors will definitely enhance teamwork. Well, the last question for you is that what is the driving factor that just pushes you every day to take up such challenging expeditions?
Let's see. You answer yours first. Let's see. What's my one? It's very difficult to point out one. Well, I don't know. I mean, I strongly believe that for me, I think growth only happens when you do something new and challenging every day of your life. Like I was telling people, post Eco Challenge that, climbing used to be our comfort zone, because, we knew the necessary skills, the techniques to climb. And so that became a part of a comfort zone. But having to move away from that and having to done Eco Challenge was completely out of our comfort zone. But we learned so much in that experience alone, like, and it put us in conditions, it put us in situations, like I said, had it never been Eco Challenge, we would have never learned the other traits that we learned during Eco Challenge, whether it was the teamwork in a competitive environment, like I spoke about. So really, challenging yourself, because I think human beings are so capable to do so much, but we restrict ourselves based on fear, right? We bring fear first, because we feel like if we do a certain thing, we lose a certain job, or we lose a certain thing. So we never really push ourselves to take that step. But really, it's important to do that sometimes, because there are certain hidden traits within you as a human being that does not unleash itself unless you do something which is challenging, unless you get out of that comfort zone. So really stepping out of your comfort zone sometimes helps you see the bigger picture. And that's for me been a key role in, trying something new in life, because we only have one life to live, and, really seek some I think for passions. Me, what's like the thing, I think the word passion, okay, it's very easy, but to follow, it's extremely difficult. And for me, I've realized how passion has been an enormous force in my life. It really gives me the strength to overcome my fear, to ignore what other people think, to be disciplined and sort of, make sacrifices in pursuit of one's dream. I think it's very easy to say that, but this has been my, the most powerful tool for me to fight off all the stressors, because it really drives you to be mad, and in mountaineering, we always say that, it's always easy to spot somebody who's not passionate, because they're not interested in the process, the journey, they just want to get to the summit. So I think for me, that has been the most important thing, is how do I keep being passionate about things, just have like this spark, like the drive to do something, and that will really push you out of your comfort zone to do something bigger and better and move upward and onward. So I think, cling on to something that is your strength.
to constantly fall back on, because it will make you even more powerful. And for me, it's my passion to go climbing and explore.
Thank you so much, Tashi and Nungshi. Removing the concept of fear and negativity and to enhance and focus on your strength will definitely lead you to the path of success. On that note, I would really like to thank you for sparing out time and interacting with our finalists.
Thank you, Anj. Thank you so much for listening to us. Thanks.
So thank you, Tashi and Nungshi. What phenomenal stories. I almost had goosebumps seeing that video, Honestly, it was absolutely mind-boggling. So thank you so much for that. And what do we have next? Well, we have spoken about teamwork, which is an essential pillar to success. However, there's more to the story, isn't it? Creativity grows out of two things, curiosity and imagination. Having said that, I would like to introduce Miss Indushree Ravindra, the first female ventriloquist of the country, who was 5 times Limca record holder and has been awarded National Award by the President of India. She's an Indian comic and singing ventriloquist, puppeteer, experimentalist, and a TEDx speaker. So here we have Indushree Raghavendra. Can we please have a round of applause for her, please?
Hello, very good morning to all of you. This is Indushree Ravindra, the ventriloquist, and I have my Dadi. Hey, Dadi hogi teri maa. मैं शकुंतला हूँ. Shakuntala, la 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 la. Okay, okay. Now stop scratching. Why are you scratching? I wanted to start from the scratch. You want to start from scratch? Yeah, but why? Look at these people. They started from scratch and they have ended up with 2 lakh people. I also want to start from the scratch and want to accumulate so many people. Oh, really, Daddy? No, Daddy. Okay. Sorry, Shaku. Yeah. So how old are you? Oh, I'm not very old. I'm just 18 years and some months. And how many months? 400 months to be very precise. Okay. And do you have any kids? Of course. How many kids? 24 of them. Yeah, then these family planning people come to your place. Oh, they did come, they came, they saw, and they thought it was a school and went away. Oh my God. How do you manage so many people, Dadi? 24 kids. Yeah. One common thing between Infosys and our family. What? Infosys family and our family head count are increasing by every decade. But we are actually managing the attrition pretty well. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Okay. So what do you like to cook, Daddy? Oh, I love cooking. Cooking? Yeah, cooking up stories. And what's Dadu's favorite dish? That's very difficult to say. Why? He likes whichever is easy to wash for him. All right. Yeah. So how is pandemic for you? Oh, it's going really, really great. Really? Yes. I love this lockdown, pandemic, corona and whole thing. Why? The whole world is hating it and you are in love with that? Yes, of course, it has changed our family. How is that? Look, we are so many people. Yeah. So it was so difficult to educate everybody. Okay. And you know me and my brains. I know. So my people are just like me. Okay. So it was very difficult to pass in yesteryears. Okay. Due to pandemic, thanks to lockdown and pandemic and no exams, most of the family members have passed. Guess what? What? We have 100% pass percentage. Wow. Yeah, one of my youngest sons completed his matriculation also during this pandemic. From 2 decades, he was struggling to pass. Okay. But due to this pandemic and corona, he passed. Actually, his school people were also pushing him. And now he finally passed. And guess what? What? Just like Messi cried while coming out of Barcelona, my son also started crying so badly to exit from his school. Okay. Yeah. Very, very nice. Pandemic schooling graduation. Finally finished. PSG. All right, Daddy. You know, you won't believe me. My kids, grandkids have become so intelligent now after pandemic. One of them also got selected for this hack with fee. What are you saying? Are you serious? Of course, he's the 100%. 100th person? Yes. But I was told only 99 of them got selected. Yeah, he almost got selected. Yeah, he's a coder. Yeah. Okay. You know, he's such an atheist. Yeah, he doesn't celebrate any festival, but he only celebrates Nag Panchami. Yeah. Why is it? Because he loves coding Python and Anaconda. Oh my God. Yeah. You know, what are his favorite movies? What? Code Banega Crorepati. Is there a movie like that? I don't know. He loves it. Okay. Maine code kiya. Hum aapke hai code. Okay. Yeah. But why did he choose to become an engineer? Because he wanted to take revenge on himself. You know what? What? Who is a programmer? A confused soul. Why do you say so? If something works, he's like, why is it working? If something doesn't work, why isn't it working? He's always confused. All right, very funny, Daddy. Yeah. So do you know this hack with Enfi is about code, conquer, code, collab and conquer. Oh, sounds like our thing. Your thing? Yeah. We have a kitty party team, you know, all these ladies. Okay. Teens of 60s. Yeah. Okay, you're all teens of 60s. Yes. So we have this WhatsApp group. Okay. We speak in code words. Okay. We collaborate. Okay. And we devise strategies to conquer our husbands. So this also sounds like our family thing. Okay. That's nice. And guess what? What? Infosys is a boy or a girl? I don't know. It's a girl. Why do you say it's a girl? Because it is Infosys and not Info Bro. Daddy, this is a PJ. Oh, come on. You know, me and Sudhamurthy are very good friends. Really? Yes. I in fact told her the greatest investment that Sudhamurthy made was in Narayan Murthy. Really? Look at their bond, still strong. Okay. Yeah. All right, Daddy. So I think you know a lot about Infosys. Of course, I know all of them inside out. Really? Yes. So what do you know? I'll tell you one thing. Okay. Do you know there is a WhatsApp status? What? Busy, can't talk, WhatsApp only on WhatsApp? Yeah. So do you know who came up with that? Who? Allah Baksh. Allah Baksh? Yeah. Why do you say so? He is always busy. Allah Baksh is also called as AB. Yeah. AB Deviliers. 360 degrees. Okay. So our AB is also an all-rounder. Okay. But AB is also called as ABCD. What? ABCD of technology. ABCD of technology. Yeah. So why do you call him ABCD? Because by the time we finish saying ABCD is gone. Oh. Okay. Yeah. So in our team, they keep singing what? ए बिना जाओ छोड़ कर मीटिंग भी भरा नहीं. Okay. And which is your go-to place? You saw two people talking about this mountaineering and all. Yeah. So do you have a mountain place, go-to place? Manali, very good. So this your go-to place is Manali. Okay, my go-to person is Monali. Yeah. Oh my God, she's such an all-rounder. Okay. And Shivangi, yeah, please meet me after the show. Why should she meet you after the show? Oh, she handles all the social media, and she's a social media queen. I want to handle my social media by her. Okay, you want her to handle your social media? And then my Insta account, my Facebook account. Dadi, what do you mean? Do you have Insta account and Facebook account at this age? Are you kidding me? At this age, if I have any account, it can be Facebook account or Insta account. Why not your bank balance? How is your bank balance? इस उम्र में body balance ही नहीं है. Bank balance का क्या हालत होगा? Oh, I'm sorry about that, Daddy. Yeah, okay. So there is one guy who is really, really shy. Who is that? Rafi. Rafi. Yeah, he's so focused. Oh my God, so disciplined. Rafi, are you seeing me? I'm sure not. No, he must be seeing. How do you know he's seeing you? Because he's a silent observer. Okay, I can make him blush now. How? I can sing a song for him. Which song? हम आपके कोडिंग में collaboration बसा दे तो. Okay, that's it. Okay. Very pathetic proclivities enchant for the prestidigitation is resoundingly pleasing. What are you doing? And trying to sound like Niranjana. Niranjana? Yeah. Why do you want to sound like Niranjana? All fancy, fancy words. The Shashi Tarur of Infi. Very funny, Daddy. Yeah, and we have our Joe. Joe. He's also called as President Joe. President Joe. Yeah, President Joe, class monitor. And thank you so much, Joe, for letting our Indian team win in Lords. Why are you thanking him? Only Joe knows the root cause why India won. Why? Because Joe Root is the captain of England cricket team. All right. I don't get what you're speaking. That's okay. And we have our Sean. Sean Watts. Yeah. You know what? What? Why I started scratching was because of Sean. Why? She started from the scratch and look at her where she has made this reach. Okay. My God, 2 lakhs people and 100 this brains in the country. Okay. Yeah, my God. That is why people call her godmother. No, code mother. Code mother. She's the code mother. Okay. All right. And we have Anshi. Look at her. Oh my God. Anshi Garg. Look at her. She's smiling. Okay. Yeah, Anshi Garg is an all-rounder again. Okay. Let her that. She'll that. Bowling, she'll do bowling. Fielding, she'll do fielding. She's such an all-rounder. Umpiring bhi kara do, wo bhi kar leti hai. Acha. Yeah. Oh my God. Have you seen this movie called Magnificent Melting Man? Magnificent Melting Man? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that is our Vikram for you. Vikram? Yeah. Why so? Oh my God, he has lost 50 kilos straight. 50 kilos. Yeah, that's something, Daddy. I know. But not so great for that name also. Why? Have you heard of this Vikram Betal? Yeah. So whenever this Betal used to vanish, Vikram used to lose 50 kilos straight. Okay. Yeah. But our Vikram doesn't have Betal. This Vikram doesn't have Betal. No. Why is it? Because सुर में गा लेता है. सोनू निगम जैसा सिंगर है. बेताल कैसे हो सकता है? Acha. Yeah. But that's so much of hard work, no, Daddy. Or losing 50 kilos. Oh, I also lost 50 kilos, no, years. There's so much of dieting. Oh, I go on 2 diets every day. Why do you go on 2 diets? Because you don't get much to eat in one diet. Daddy. God. Have you tried green tea? Green tea. Yeah. Oh, the only way to lose weight drinking green tea is to go to a mountain yourself and get the teas cut. Okay. Yes. And gymming. They say life is added to your, years are added to your life if you're gymming. Yeah, but what's the use? All the life is spent in the gym. All right, I can't talk to you, Daddy. Yeah, I know. By the way, what is your name? I am Indushree. Industry. No. Indushree. Industry. No. Indushree, Indushree. Indushree, thank you. Thank you, Industry. Okay, so your grandfather is also a great coder. How do you say he's a great coder? Look at him. He keeps solving me and I am his problem. Okay, and I am the greatest solver of SQL. SQL? Yeah, you know SQL? Yes. What's the full form of SQL? Spouse calling language. Oh, Daddy. And your grandfather is a pro in HTML. HTML. Yeah. And what does he say? That is how to maintain ladies. Oh my God, Granny. Yeah. You both are, I don't know what to say about you. Yeah. So I have a quick, rapid fire round for you. Yeah. About the pandemic and all. Okay. So what is PPE? Oh, PP is potato chips, peanut, and espresso. Okay. Work from home. State of confusion. What? You never know who's the boss. Real boss, wife or the boss. Okay. Return to office. No more washing vessels. Okay. Era of bandwidth. Bandage. All right. Lockdown. Forced family time at a gunpoint. Oh my God. Online classes. According to your grandpa, it is beautiful. Beautiful classes, not beautiful teachers. Oh God, Granny. And COVID? COVID, Chinese orchestrated viral infection distribution. Oh my God. And novel? Why is it novel? Because it is neither a poem nor a story. Okay, Granny, I get it. Do you like music? I love music. In fact, I love music. Do you want to sing? No, you sing. Me? Yes. All right. 1 minute. What happened? People are listening to us. So all of you, I request you to close your ears. Indushree is going to sing. Granny, I'm going to sing. Yeah, sing. To sing is human. To forgive is divine. All right. Yeah. मैं ऐसा क्यों हूँ? Manufacturing defect. आज मैं ऊपर, आसमान नीचे. राम नाम सत्य है. Oh, Daddy, come on. All right. Any questions Daddy can answer? Hack with Infi. Oh my God. I love this hack with Infi thing. Okay. Granny. So can you tell me something about your husband? How has it been? What? Your marriage? First of all, introduce your husband. Oh, my husband is Venkataguru Narahari Narasimha Shastri Iyengar. Oh my God, such a big name. His dad has a huge dream. What? He wanted his son to make a big name. So he couldn't do it. He kept it by himself. Oh, Granny. Yeah. So how many boys and how many girls did you have, Granny? How many kids? 24. Yeah. How many boys and how many girls? 12 offshore, 12 on site. What do you mean offshore on site? Yeah, 12 going outside, 12 coming inside. So 12 boys and 12 girls. Okay, I get it. Yeah. So by any chance, Indu, do you have this Neeraj Chopra's number? Neeraj Chopra's number. Do you want to congratulate him? When I do, but I want him to solve my problem. You want him to solve your problem? Yeah. I want him to throw all my problems at a far distance. Why? What's your problem? My husband. Daddy, that is too much. I know. So what do you have to say about all these young minds? 100 top brains. Yeah, 100th one is my grandkid. Okay, I know it's your grandkid. Somehow he has cracked till here. I'm sure I will take it forward too. How? Because I know Varda and Sudhir. No. Knowing will not help. They should really have brains like our top 100 people. Yeah, I know. So all the very best to you guys. You have made it till here. I know. I'm very proud of you guys for making it till here. Oh my God, it's really, really so tough. Yeah, I know. Yeah, any questions at all? Anybody can ask Daddy 1 or 2 questions.
So sure, Indushree. We have, I mean, you are incredible at what you're doing, you know. Honestly, I could make out that voice is coming from you, Daddy. You're absolutely mind-boggling. So
Thank
you got us in split, okay? So Indushree, tell us your story. How did you start? What got you interested here? And how long you've been at it?
Yeah, I have been a ventriloquist since my childhood. for 23, 24 years. So what do you do? I am a ventriloquist. What ventriloquism? Don't worry, my child. They'll soon find out a vaccine for this. No, no, no. It's not a disease. It's a talent. Oh, some of them think their disease is talent. That's okay. She told you put the people under slits. That's you. Yeah, so that's why she's got slit personality. Okay. I get it. Yeah. So I've been a ventriloquist all my life. Very tough time for her husband because he doesn't know who to fight with. Okay. Fine. Yeah. So it's a wonderful journey. I've learned a lot, met a lot of people, performed under challenges, different types of challenges, performing with a dummy. For instance, bringing out different voices. Granny, can we bring out 3 different voices? Are you kidding me? Come on, let's try. Okay. So first voice is a train sound. Second sound is horse hose. And third sound is car sound. So now we're gonna emit all 3 sounds all at the same time. What? What are you talking? This is not something like coding. Okay, well, let's try. Okay, God save us. All right. I've done Python, SQL, Java scripting, but I'm not done something like this. It's okay. Okay, ready? Oh, God save us. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Yeah, so we can also sing at the same time, as in with split second difference. Okay, let's try that. All right, ready? Yes. Tajam takajam takanam takadam taditang kita takatari kita takatatari tadana tajanu tajanu tadhimi tadhimi tajanu tajanu takita tarata janata dhimita takatari kita takatam takatari kita takatam takatari kita takatam padke botane chiddi chakar padke botane chiddi chakar har badi kudi kut har badi kut kar cheet ke tere man mat kar sab chale gaye chidabudu chitinga chidabudu kai kai. Thank you. Yeah. Indo, are these corporate people? Of course, they are corporate people. Why do you ask me? No, these corporates are stressed, depressed, yet well-dressed. They're also well-dressed, so I thought they were corporates. All right, Daddy, that's enough. Yes. Yes, Sean, did you like that?
Oh, it was wonderful, Dadi. I think you and Indu make an incredible team. Again, a teamwork makes a dream work. Brilliant job, both of you. Yeah. Another question for you, Indushree.
Yes.
You are 5-time Limca Book of World Record holder. So tell us about that and what do you hold the record for?
First thing, we're being the first female ventriloquist of the country and performing with tallest talking doll, which is 10 feet doll. And then I performed on a national channel, that is a satellite Kannada channel, for 68 weeks with different disguise using the puppets. And then for performing with 3 and 4 puppets. So I also perform with 4 puppets simultaneously. Wow. That's like 4 split personality. All right.
So wonderful, Indushree. It was so nice to have you here, and it's indeed an honor, to have you perform for us. We absolutely enjoyed your performance. So thank you so much, Indushree.
Thank you. I also absolutely loved it. Thank you so much.
Bye, Dadi.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you so much, Indushree, for that enthralling performance. You've definitely made me smile from ear to ear. Moving forward, Infosys is not only known for its training and technology proneness, but has also become a breeding ground for budding entrepreneurs. Today with us, we have Dr. Srinivas Padmanabhumi. He is the chief mentor for Tara Technologies, which is an AI consulting and training company. In addition to that, he is also the co-founder of CityMundi.com, which is a next generation AI-enabled smart B2B startup in agri-tech, focused on farm to fork. He was also awarded the title of Eminent Engineer by the prestigious and renowned organization Institution of Engineers. This award was given to Dr. Srinivas in recognition of his experience and contribution to the profession of computers at the 32nd Annual Convention. His vast experience in computing field, including areas of artificial intelligence, brings a unique blend of academic research and industrial orientation. It is indeed an honor to have you with us today, Dr. Srinivas. A huge round of applause for you.
And may I add that Dr. Srinivas
Hi, welcome everyone. Young minds, congratulations on making this far. It's a privilege to talk to you. I will try to give a combination of some of the personal learnings and some of the best practices I've followed in my life. And before we start the journey, I'd like to tell you a small kind of a tidbit. Couple of decades back, if you look at the Fortune 20 companies, right? The top Fortune companies, and you look at the Fortune top 20 companies today, you will be surprised at the level of penetration of technology-led companies in today's Fortune 20 list. Name Amazon, name companies like Google. All of these are driven with innovative technology. And none of these existed even 20 years plus back. Think about it. Amazon was invented probably in early 90s, right? With the e-commerce. Google was invented in 99, an algorithm which revolutionized the way search is carried out. So what do we owe this kind of a transformation of the whole landscape of businesses? It's all I can say is about two words: disruptive innovation. And when I say disruptive innovation, it's about thinking out of the box, thinking from an end user centric perspective of solving a real problem. And once you have these both ingredients, I think you have a winning formula. At the same time, I would like to also mention a couple of points which are not necessarily very glorified points, but the reality of life. Out of every 100 Google-like companies which started at the same time, only 2 or sometimes 1 Google survives. So there are 98 of them struggle. They may survive, they may not survive, but they do struggle, they do try to survive, and at the same time bring value to stakeholders. Who are the value to the stakeholders? Who are the stakeholders? Stakeholders are society, customers, employees, and ultimately, I think the overall ecosystem also improves with such kind of infusions. So having said this generic perspective, I would like to share with you my own personal journey. And before I embark upon the journey, I would say I'm very grateful to Infosys itself, where I worked for around 13 years in the R&D division called Set Labs at those days, later Infi Labs. And in fact, even during the stint at Infosys, I was very lucky to promote a culture of entrepreneurship. Means if you look at Infosys, it is widely known as a software services and solutions company, but our team was constantly focused on raising the bar of solutions and services by bringing intellectual property driven approaches, which are going to be providing some kind of a, you can say, differentiation on one hand, and on some cases, what I would like to call as disruptive innovation. So it's very difficult to, always judge, companies by comparing to Google or an Apple. You can say that there is innovation possible in every domain. In IT services domain, let me give you a concrete example of the kind of innovation we try to bring to the IT services domain, Infosys, right? So I happen to be, one of the initial leaders who believed strongly in patents and bringing innovation to whatever Infosys was doing. We didn't want Infosys to suddenly change its color and become a product company. We said innovation is possible in services. So for example, one of the patents I hold in Infosys, which I'm very proud of, is a team patent, which my team, we had a wonderful patent on accessibility testing automation. And it was a basic requirement from a lot of end users of Infosys who wanted to, help get their websites tested for accessibility because it's a government regulation. So our team went on to find very innovative mechanisms to accelerate the possibility of accessibility testing using interesting, in those days it was not called AI, but we used intelligent technology, which was, today we call it NLP, AI, all that. We used that at that time, deriving rules and parsing NLP. And we got 2 patents as a group. And that led to offering of a very disruptive testing services for our IVS group, which was Independent Validation Solutions Group, right, and services. So all I want to say is the innovation is a function of solving a real problem. It may be a product, it may be a service, or it could be a process. For example, I don't know if many of you are aware that the ECG machine, which you see from GE, right, very popular in India, it was entirely innovated right here in the lab in Bangalore. Because what happened is, when they looked at, taking the machine developed in US and tried to bring that to India for mass consumption, it was too costly. So they employed a first principles approach to innovation with a real classic example of understanding and empathy of the local requirements. Local requirements was low cost, sturdy, can be portable. And in a few years, they came up with that. And then, lo and behold, this became the model for what we call as reverse innovation. What exactly is reverse innovation? Reverse innovation means invent in India for the world. So we did that at GE Jackwell Center here in Bangalore. So what I'm saying is, when you talk about entrepreneurship, entrepreneurship is about the zeal to solve a problem. So with regard to my journey, I have been having a tryst with entrepreneurship even very early in life. Though I'm a hardcore academic, I did my PhD in artificial intelligence. But in my PhD days, while I was studying PhD in computer science at Alberta in Canada, I developed, a AI-based search engine for India. You'll be surprised. It was really an innovative approach, and soon became the 3rd largest search engine for India in 98, 99. And unfortunately, sometimes it happens with life. That time, India was just about emerging on the internet arena, and the top, right, which was India World and Coach, which got acquired by SIFI for 500 crores. So suddenly there was no room for the next few, but it does not, give me any reason to just stop. So what I did is I continued the zeal. I may have dropped the zeal of, continuing the search engine called SARE. South Asian Millen was the name of the company I floated. But that gave me zeal to pursue on the entrepreneurial journey, even post a PhD. So imagine, just finished my PhD, and at the call of one of my seniors from IIT Kanpur, Subrata Mitra, he's one of the top VCs in India today, Subrata Mitra, who is from Axel Partners. He's the one who discovered Myntra, Flipkart, Ninja Card, all these companies. So he told me, I was on a trip finding to, I was already made it mind to come back to India after my PhD, but I was kind of dabbling. Should I go join a senior position in an IT services company, or should I do something on my own, or should I join an academy? I had all the three choices. Believe me, I had a professor position at IIT Kanpur. I had a lead position, I had a really big position at one of the large IT services companies. And here was Subrato. He gave me a 2-hour lecture on, you should not let your talent go to simply writing papers or just managing teams. Think about doing something innovative. I didn't think twice. I just jumped. We started a startup right here in Bangalore, a deep tech startup. We actually were doing activities which you will be surprised. So my first job after my PhD was as the startup India head for this particular deep tech product idea. And guess what my first task was? My first task was to find office space. So I went around real estate agents in Bangalore finding an office space. So as a startup, you don't do only the things you're told. You have to be versatile. So I was then looking at how to get a, ISDN line connection. In those days, it was only BSNL which was providing that. So then we had to look at finding team. Then you had to look at finding the right kind of, financial and accounting staff to help you. So that was the thing we take up as a challenge in the startup. In the startup, there's no specialized role that you are HR, you are support, you are tech, it doesn't work like that. As an entrepreneur, you are all in all. You have to solve the problem. And then guess what? It's not like as rosy as we started. We developed our first prototype. It was a wonderful experience. It was wonderful. We had a pilot also about to be ready with eBay, that kind of thing. But guess what? Our product was ready on April 24th, 2000. And April 26th, 2000, .com crash happened. And all our potential customers for that particular product from this startup, Firewhite, was on all the .com companies who wanted to improve their customer experience. So what did we do? We did not lose hope. Big shock, definitely. But we pivoted. Pivoting is a natural thing in any startup. In fact, I would take a statistical summary of most of the startups out there in the world. See if the original work and idea which started out was not maybe the most successful, which finally landed up to glory. It's always a pivoting is a natural phenomenon. So what we said, we did the basic browsing technology, right? We wrote our own browser. As a person who was working with real estate agents and has a PhD in AI, now what did I do? I just sat down and wrote code. What was the code? Code was about understanding all the HTTP response codes, understanding HTML elements, interpret them, and write a backend browser entirely in Java. In the backend, we wrote browsers. And that technology was mainly used for the CRM kind of enhancing experience in our first startup idea. But then when we started looking at what can this core engine be worked on, and in 2-3 months, we figured out the next big thing, that wireless was coming up in a big way. And a lot of content was to be migrated to wireless. So we started this journey, and then we really pivoted this core technology to a new offering where we said we should be able to offer, for the wireless, browsers, equal useful and usable way of accessing important content on the web. So what our product was doing was it was providing a secure and a seamless way of accessing a typical transaction on the web, which would be 3-4 web pages, right? You would go to one, search something, get to a web page, write some data, get some more. All of that, junk which is not useful was filtered away by our backend browser, but only the relevant content where input and output was required, we used to be presented on the web browser or on the Palm browser. In those days, we did not have this rich mobile phone. We did have good mobile phone penetration in terms of the 3 popular platforms. One was Palm, then there was J2ME with BlackBerry and all, and some Pocket PC with WinCE. We did that in those days. And then luckily, we had a market, we had good customers like Pfizer, etc. And by 2002, we got acquired by one of the customers who was very happy in using our software. They were a mobile device fleet provisioning company who used our software. They acquired us. And when they acquired us, guess what? The idea was we should all be acquired en masse, but they somehow wanted to just acquire the US sales team and give some kind of a bounty for the entire remaining team. So they did not want the Indian delivery team to continue because they had their own delivery team back in US. So then, given that choice, of course, it was a bit of a setback, but I think we still were successful in the fact that we developed a deep tech product in 2000 to 2002. Imagine that, out of India, right here. And that experience was so useful that Shubhrata, who was our founder, he became so wise that he later became a VC and he's one of the top Midas Touch VCs in India today, right? So what I did is I said, okay, let's take a break and let me go to a more stable career. And that's when I joined Infosys in 2002. And somehow I continued my passion for technology, passion for innovation. And that's what brought me to be, heading the research group in Set Labs. So Set Labs had two units. One was the product engineering and there was the research. And I was the head of the research reporting to Subbu. But then during all my journey, I had the privilege of finding out unique problems in services. And at the end, handling those problems with real technology. And then I supported the innovation by bringing out very service-centric innovations, whether it was testing or whether it was maintenance, how to use AI for improving maintenance. So I was always on the lookout for how do you solve a real problem with technology. So then in the process, I happened to be, a really prolific inventor in the sense that I really worked hard with my team. And not only my team, my team used to be very youngsters like you. I used to motivate them to carry on very, very fundamental work, though they may not have a very strong background from where they come from, but I inculcated the process of deep technology passion for them. And guess what? I think among the Infosys groups, I think my group and there was another group which together had more than 50% of the patents. And I did one more thing. In the motivation, I also motivated them to work hard towards technology, getting deep. So I was pleasantly surprised when I say 4 of my team members completed PhD going forward from premier institutions like IISc. I was happy to have motivated them in their life in pursuing that. Then post Infosys, I continued, as you said, AI was big at that time. I started in AI startup and then in e-commerce company. Today, I am a very passionate user of technology. So in the technology startup, which is basically the City Mandi, what I do is I use technology like AI. I filed a couple of patents on AI. And what our goal is to disrupt century-old farm-to-fork practices. Today, agriculture to fork space in India is very fragmented. So we want to bring technology and technology-driven disintermediation to this whole space. We've been somewhat successful. We have established direct farm procurement centers. We use technology to help rationalize the supply chain. I think miles to go. I think we're just starting to seeing the penetration of technology in improving the overall life of the farmer. Our goal is to improve, like our Prime Minister Modi said, right, improve the life of the farmer, double farmer's income. So our goal is to disintermediate and improve the return to the farmer himself. And our goal is to use technology. We have been quite successful and we think we will continue on that journey. And it's been a wonderful journey when we started looking at applying this to a very hard problem like agri-tech. And let me tell you the learnings from there. One learning is, don't think that what you've thought about will be always useful. So let me tell you what City Mandi actually means. City Mandi means bringing Mandi to the city. Mandi means your wholesale market where agriculture produce, all of those farmers come and dump their produce, right? And that's where big wholesalers come and hoard their material, and then retailers come and buy the material from there. So what we wanted to do is bring that right to the city, to the direct consumers. So we have apartments as direct consumers and we have direct farm procurement from farmers. So we have really disintermediated the chain, and we imagine the use of technology in doing that. And also there is a lot of problem in this whole space. One is the awareness of technology is not so good in the consumer space, right? So what happens is when we started talking to our customers like hotels or restaurants, which started using our technology, they said, oh, sir, I don't know how to use app. So what they used to do is they used to take orders and they will WhatsApp that order on a piece of paper, scan it, and send it to us. So it's not like you may build a technology, but technology may not be always directly usable. So don't think that this whole app ecosystem is a wonder magic. App has to be brought in the context. Today, I think from 2016 when we started, it was not there, but today is definitely a huge hit. Apps are now accepted, but I think having end user perspective is very important for any startup. Any product, any service you do, end user perspective is important. But at the same time, I also want to warn that don't over engineer for any specific use case or any specific end consumer, because as you go along with customers, you discover more and more requirements. You update your product, you update your process, you update your technology, and that is what you should be. A startup should be nimble, should be ready to pivot if there is some bad thing happens. For example, during COVID, all restaurants got closed. So what we did is we pivoted from hotels and restaurants, which were customers, to apartment complexes, because we started sending mobile vans to apartment complexes with farm produce directly from the farm. And that's a great opportunity, because what has happened is we did not let the going down of one customer base hamper us so much. Till now, we are learning. We are struggling as we speak. Every day is a struggle. Entrepreneurship is not a cakewalk. So don't necessarily go by the glorious stories of that 1% success. It's 99% execution and 1% idea. Don't think that if you have a great idea, that's just enough. It has to be execution ultimately. You may have great number of patents, you may have great number of technology, but ultimately, if it does not solve the real problem, example of the app versus the WhatsApp, right? Think about it. So I think it's very important for us to keep that perspective in mind. So coming to what it means for all of you. See, my journey has been a combination of, academics, then research, innovation, building innovation-based entrepreneurship. But what I always have felt is never lose track of technology. Technology is the savior as we go forward. More and more companies will be adopting technology to disrupt their domain. It could be healthcare, it could be agri-tech, it could be fintech, any of them. So today, for example, for my AI consulting company, I consult for several AI Fortune 100 kind of companies, so develop AI-based solutions, solve real problems for them. But at the same time, I don't say, oh, AI is a new technology, just go and apply. I, in fact, have denied many projects which came my way because they did not have enough data. So you have to be practical. When you're developing projects, be practical, be realistic. Is it solving the real problem? If it does not solve the problem, don't use technology for technology's sake. And that is where I think you need to also think about bringing technology to solve a real problem is core. And in doing that, one more caveat which I want to mention is you don't have to do this all in some fancy startup like mine. You can do innovation right in a company. I call it entrepreneurship, like what I have done with a lot of successful patents, patent-driven services, innovative solutions for Infosys. It's also a great opportunity. And last but not the least, let me tell you the other element which is very, very important for a success of any entrepreneur. Learn from failures. Don't think that one failure is end of life. Today, in the Western world, failures are treated with success. In India also, the culture is changing. It's accepted nowadays. So be there, get your strength, start again. Core could be same. I give you my own instances, right? My third search engine, no scope because first search engine got acquired. Next in my technology, .com bust, but I repivoted. We repivoted the technology to a new domain. And in doing that, there is somewhere you'll hit the sweet spot. So it's always important to take the end consumer in mind. And lastly, all you youngsters, please make sure that all of you are passionate about highlighting your hacker rank or GitHub profile. That's your passport. It's not what you've done in your interview or not what you have scored in your college. It's your GitHub profile. It's your hacker rank or a Kaggle rank. That's going to be your passport. Today, a lot of companies have promised that they will not even look at the CV. They will look at your hacker rank profile or Kaggle profile if you're a data science. And that will be your passport. So never be afraid of trying. projecting yourself as a coder. It's a great opportunity. Today, I take pride that even after 99, I finished my PhD. It's now 22 years, right? Even then, I write my own AI code in PyTorch and TensorFlow. My own code I write for my startup. So don't think coding is something only for entry level. It can be for your life. It can help you liberate your ideas. So in fact, I'm very happy to advise any of you if you want to get more advice on this. Happy to guide you on any of these coding hackathons. For example, I've myself been judge of some of the government level hackathons like Analytics India hackathons, etc. I've been a mentor for Analytics India, one of the top AI mentors in India. I have taught more than, I would say, 15,000 students across last 6 years during my post-Infi space. I'm also a guest faculty at IIT Tirupati. I'm a guest faculty, so multiple roles. But I like to teach and see students innovate their way out through coding. So thanks a lot for the opportunity, and I will take forward any questions. Could be in any domain. It could be personal, could be technology. Feel free to ask me a Python question also. I'm happy to gladly answer, or an AI question.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Srinivas, for such an enlightening session. Honestly, I left technology quite some time back. I did my engineering way back in 2007. And after that, of course, MBA and other things happened. But, having listened to you, I almost revisited my engineering past. So wonderful, insights. So Dr. Srinivas, one thing very interesting about your profile is that you worked in an MNC, Infosys to be precise, for 13 years. And then you decided to take an entrepreneurial jump. People often say that, once people kind of settle in their comfort zone in the corporate job, it becomes very difficult for anybody to step out in the entrepreneur or startup world, wherein the risks are higher and stakes are much higher. So what is it that got you to get into entrepreneurship, and what is that one advice you would want to give to budding entrepreneurs in this community?
Sure. So to give some perspective, I told you, right, I already had 2 entrepreneurship stints earlier before joining Infosys. So that stint was there. Only thing is, I think I settled too long in Infosys. But even in Infosys, let me tell you, you can ask my team members. I used to push them to take the cutting edge technology. In fact, I was known to be brutal for name cloud. I was the first guy to take it up. Name AI, I was like one of the first guys to open it up. But I think it was not a very difficult transition, because even at Infosys, I was always on my edge. I used to always bring cutting edge patent solutions, which was not necessarily thought about as mainstream. So it was not a new thing. It was a continuation. Only thing is, it was within Infosys, more like entrepreneurship. Now it's more outside. So one advice to every one of you, please solve a real problem. Don't create a technology and then wait for a user. Spot a real problem and solve it. Spot a real problem. See if there is problem. Then you see how you want to bring a solution or product or a startup on top of it. So take an end user perspective. Never ever go, I build a technology. It's like I build a hammer and then go and try to find a nail to hit it. Don't be that. First find the point where the nail is, then try to fit a hammer. So it's very important to find the problem first and then solve it, rather than build a technology for technology's sake. Because among the 99% startups which fail, many of them are failing because they're all passionate about technology. They don't have the sales engine to identify the right problem where the technology can be fit.
Sure. So thank you so much, Dr. Srinivas, for that. Dr. Srinivas, you spoke so much about patent filing, so much about innovative ideas. Unfortunately, in India, we don't have too many people applying for patent the way it is abroad. What is the advice for these youngsters in terms of filing patents for their ideas and how to go about it?
So here is my thought process. I thank Infosys for giving me this culture, because I was one of the first few people who worked very closely with Chris, Shibu, and the IP cell to, start the initial IP cell, then bring out process and work closely. So I have filed more than 15 patents while at Infosys. Out of them, 8 got granted. And even post Infosys, I filed 4 patents, you can imagine, during my journey after Infosys. So I'm a constant innovator, and I know what patents can do. They can make or break a company. Because especially in the entrepreneurship world, if you are working on a technology and you have to protect yourself, patenting is must. So don't be afraid. So only 2 advices. One is no idea is small. If you talk to a patent lawyer, they will always try to find a way within the small thing you feel is very obvious. They'll try to find and talk to you and get you out something which can be potentially patentable. But then second element which is important is it has to be useful. You cannot do it just a new algorithm for algorithms. It has to be solving some problem. So only when it is useful, solving a problem, but at the same time, innovative, some inventive step is there. But during the inventive step, many people kind of falter saying that, oh, this idea is too obvious or something, but it's not. To talk to a patent lawyer, talk to the patent folks, you just blurt your ideas out and then they will filter out, they'll find out within the 10 different components of what you said, this is the part where you can find the distinction. So no idea is unpatentable. That's my view. But at the same time, the idea has to be implementable, useful, and relevant.
Sure. Thank you so much, Dr. Srinivas, for your really, really, interesting session. I'm sure the students really enjoyed this. So thank you so much for sharing your experience and insights.
Thank you.
We'd love to hear back from you. So, perhaps you can be part of the rest of the hackathon as well.
Sure. Feel free. Thank you.
So thank you so much for joining for the first half of the opening ceremony. We will reconvene again at 5:30 p.m. sharp for the rest of the sessions. So looking forward to seeing you again. Thank you. Over and out. So good evening, everyone, and we are back again. So I hope you had a wonderful time during the morning. But before we begin, these interesting sessions that are lined up for you, I would want to ask Anshi. Anshi, what did the participants do during this time between morning and now? I mean, what were they up to?
Hi, Shan. Good evening. So we had a very power-packed day with some excellent personalities interacting with these finalists. We have also revealed the problem statements for our hackathon, and I think students are pretty geared up for the same. In addition to this, we have also allocated them the mentors who will be helping and guiding them throughout the hackathon.
Awesome. So what's up next, Anshi?
The students already have the problem statements, they have their mentors, but I think one aspect is missing. How about calling an expert and the brain behind the tech domain of Infosys? Let me introduce Mr. Rafi Tarafdar, the Senior Vice President, Unit Technology Officer at Infosys. He leads the strategic technology group within Infosys that is incubating and scaling new architecture and technology capabilities, new software engineering capabilities, new platform services, and innovations. Rafi has played diverse roles from setting up successful architectural and technology teams globally, providing advisory services to senior executives of Fortune 500 organizations, and playing the role of CTO and enterprise architect for large transformation programs. Rafi, we are so glad to have you here, and I'm sure the finalists are looking forward to hear from you.
Thank you so much, Anshi, and welcome to all of you to Hack with Infi 2021. This is the fourth edition of Hack with Infi, and I'm very glad to see that this year, as part of this edition, we had almost about 2 lakh members who registered and participated in this entire event. And from here, we have selected the top 100. And as Anshi talked about it today morning, we selected and gave the 3 problem statements to the teams. So very warm welcome to all of you to the Hack with Infi finale. And I'm sure that you will do wonders with the 3 problem statements that we have shared with each of you. Now, each of you are also at a very interesting stage of your career, right? So this is a time when you're thinking what the future would look like. And I think the best way to predict your future is to create it. And this was said by Alan Kay and others. And I think if you look at the kind of work that a lot of programmers, be it the power programmers, the digital specialist engineers, that we select from the Hack with Infi program, they get to choose the kind of work that they want to do. And I think that's a very unique opportunity that Infosys provides. So some of you would have an aspiration that you want to work across the geography. So it could be in Australia, it could be in Asia Pacific, in Europe, or in US and India. So Infosys provides you that geographic coverage and opportunity to work with our global clients across these different countries and markets. Second, Infosys also provides you an opportunity to work across different technologies, right? And most of you would work on new development kind of projects. And these could be in the areas of cloud, in AI, in augmented realities, in new experiences, also on modernization and building cloud native solutions and all. So if you look at the entire breadth of technology, we pretty much cover almost all the different languages, all the different cloud providers, all the different technology domains. And we do very large transformational programs, which are like multi-year programs transforming an entire business, to small programs, which may be smaller in size, but have a significant impact in terms of the innovation or the impact that it could make to our client's business. The third thing is, the nature of work, right? So a lot of you would say that, oh, look, I want to work on a product or a platform. Now, while on one hand, we always work on these projects, we also have started building a number of world-class platforms. And these are things that we've been doing. For example, Finacle is one of our banking platforms that has been in existence for a while, and now we are creating a lot more platforms. The entire Hack with Infi is happening on a collaboration platform that was built by our engineers last year when the entire world moved to a remote working model as part of COVID. So we created this entire new collaboration platform. So at Infosys today, there is an opportunity for you to work on a number of these strategic platforms. You could work on a number of different projects, and you could also work on research and development and also on emerging technologies, because these are areas where we are also spending significant effort and time in order to understand where the future of technology is going to be, and preparing ourselves and our clients in order to leverage the shifts that are happening in technology. Right. So that way, if you look at it, if you want to create a future for you where you have the opportunity to try out different things, work across technology domains, work across projects and platforms, work across different clients and startups, then that's the kind of opportunity that we provide to all the programmers that we select as part of the Hack with Infi initiative. And they work on some of the most strategic programs, right? Because these are some of the best programmers that we have. One, we are selecting through this Hack with Infi event, and second, a lot of these programmers that we have within our company, they are also very, very excellent and of very high talent density, and they work on some of the most strategic programs that we operate as a company. Now, if I come back to the whole Hack with Infi event itself, this is a great opportunity where the idea was, how do we celebrate coding, right? Because today, if you look at it, the future of every business is today trying to become a technology company. And if every business wants to be a technology company, they need technology talent. They need full stack programmers that we call as power programmers, and they need digital specialist engineers who come with a lot of solution mindsets. Now, these are the kind of roles that are required by our clients, and what we are doing is we are creating this entire career path for each of you, where you can continue to grow your career as a programmer, and you could retire as a programmer, right? So these are the kind of new career streams and career paths that we have created in order to provide the kind of opportunities where you get to do the things that you want to do. Now, one area that, while I talked about the different things that the engineers in Infosys work on, one area I didn't talk about is tech for good. Tech for good has been a big focus area for us, where we look at how do we contribute to society. So last year, when the whole COVID happened, everybody was trying to look at creating some contact tracing solutions. So in Rhode Island in US, we actually developed a contact tracing solution, and we rolled out. We launched a new platform for reskill and restart in US. In India, for the government of Karnataka, we worked with the government of Karnataka to do the Apta Mitra platform that was used to help triage help essentially automate and also manage the life cycle of COVID patients and all. So, for those of you who are also looking for a purpose, who want to serve the society, who want to do some societal good, there are a number of significant opportunities that come as part of it, right? And with the format that we have, with the whole Hack with Infi and the 3 problem statements that we have given you, the idea that I will urge each of you is to use this as an opportunity to learn and explore new technologies, to collaborate with your friends, peers that are out there, and also have some fun, right? So this is also an event where you can hack, you can do unconstrained thinking, you can create solutions, but always keep in mind few things, right? So when you have a limited amount of time, I think you need to make sure that whatever solution you create has to be an end-to-end flow, so that if you think of it from a user standpoint, at least you should be able to complete a journey. So think of that in mind when you're building your solutions. Keep the end user in mind, right? So that's the most important. Who is this solution being developed for? How will they use it? And how easy it is for them to use it in a very intuitive manner. That becomes very important. Use technology that serves the purpose, that helps you deliver quicker in this time frame. And if there are technologies that you're not very familiar with and you want to experiment and learn, feel free to do that, because this is an opportunity where you could have an expertise, let's say on front end, somebody would have an expertise on back end, somebody on database, somebody on design. So you could bring a lot of these capabilities together in order to collaborate and work together. And more importantly, please do enjoy this process, because we also want you to have fun with your colleagues, make some friends, understand more about what they do, the work we do, and develop fascinating solutions. And I look forward to seeing the kind of solutions that you are building, and probably from there, we will pick the top winners based on the quality of solution that each of you have developed. So thanks so much, and I wish you all the best for your hackathon and for the finale.
Thank you so much, Rafi. This was indeed a very thought-provoking and inspiring session. Now we will have some questions coming from the audience. So to begin with, as you're so closely working in the technology domain, what will be the future skill set which will be the new asks of the industry?
Yeah, sure. No, that's a great question, Ansh. And today, I think the way I would look at it is, from a technology standpoint, technology is evolving at a much rapid pace, right? So earlier, any technology from incubation to the time it becomes mature from an adoption and usage standpoint used to take about 10 to 15 years. And today, what we are seeing is a technology from incubation to maturity happens within about 3 to 4 years. And there are technologies that were very relevant 10 years back and may not be very relevant now. And we are also seeing a decline of a lot of these new technologies. So one is the ability to have, learn new technologies on a continuous basis and on an ongoing basis becomes very important. So that's the one key capability required, is while you may like a particular technology, you may like a particular language, it's important to learn more and more, which is why a lot of times when we're looking for the best programmers, we say you have to be a polyglot, right? A polyglot is somebody who is good at multiple things. So that's the first kind of capability that I think is very relevant. And if I look at the areas where a lot of work is happening, it's happening in AI. If you look at it, a lot of work is happening in machine learning, in deep learning. Now we are seeing the emergence of tiny AI. In cloud, if you look at it, while there is a lot of work that is already happening in microservices and serverless architecture and API-based architectures and all that. But what we are also seeing is the emergence and adoption of newer languages like Golang is becoming very prominent. Ruby on Rails is becoming very prominent. So these are some new languages that are gaining significant stream. If you look at databases, we are seeing now a completely new class of databases, which are largely non-relational. These could be your graph databases, or the different type of NoSQL databases, and even distributed databases that are gaining significant dominance. And now we're also seeing these all multimodal databases. So the data field itself is evolving significantly. And I think there is a lot happening in technology, so it's important also to keep in pace and have an awareness. The other quality a lot of times which is very relevant is the ability to question and challenge, right? A lot of times, I think we should not just be taking what is given, while you have to take a particular requirements or the brief that is given. But what is also important is to think beyond, is to come up with some better ways of doing it, come up with some innovative ideas. And that is becoming very, very important nowadays, so that we can identify how we could use technology to solve the problem in much better way. And sometimes it also means, defining the problem better. And that is becoming very important. The third, which is more from a personal standpoint, I think it is also important nowadays to be more confident, to be a better storyteller. I think in today's world, especially when you're working with global customers, you're working with global technology peers, being a good storyteller, being a good communicator becomes very important. And that's a skill again, as techie, a lot of times, hardcore techie people don't focus on it. But I think it is important to learn so that you're able to communicate the work you're doing. You're able to communicate your story in a much more interesting and better way.
Thank you so much, Rafi. That was a very structured response. In continuation to what you have mentioned, the next question says, so there's a lot of disruption in the industry, and that happened especially after COVID. So what are your thoughts on the same, and how do you see this as an avenue for our budding engineers?
Yeah, I think with COVID, actually, one of the things that a lot of businesses and a lot of us did not think is, all of us could work very well in a anytime, anywhere operating model, right? And what I mean by anytime, anywhere operating model is, can you perform the work that you're doing today in a physical space on any device at any location using any medium that you are? And today, we see that happening. We see that happening as a norm, and I think the whole anytime, anywhere operating model will become the norm going forward. But this also means physical will not go away. I think we'll see a hybrid model where a lot of synchronous interactions would be done through digital as well as through physical models, and then a lot of asynchronous work that needs to be done could ideally be done through an anytime, anywhere model, right? So one is this shift that will happen a lot more. Second, also, I think is, at least in my view, a lot of this whole remoting has also shown that the need of a team to come together, right? And it has created a lot of stress, a lot of pressure, and I don't think not everybody is able to cope up. So that's the other thing where the social element of working together, working as teams and all that stuff will become very important in this new model where health and wellness is becoming more important. Mental wellness is becoming more important in these kind of models. And these will continue to stay. And if you look at it from a technology standpoint, what cloud is doing is cloud is actually democratizing the entire technology, which means, you could have your applications and your business running on the cloud, which is accessible from anytime, anywhere. And this could also be on the edge. And AI is getting infused in everything we do, which means our productivity is going to become, and it is already starting to become a lot better. And we are seeing a lot of better collaboration tools now, actually. And these collaboration tools are making it easier to interact and collaborate. And this period actually led to a lot of innovation, in my view, for the collaboration space, where we are seeing a lot of new developments happen, which is good, I think, which will also continue to stay.
Well, Rafi, thank you so much. On that note, we will end up the Q&A section. Thank you once again for taking out time and interacting with our finalists. I'm sure this was a very informative session and they have a lot to take from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anshi. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Change, they say, is the only constant. Change, they say, is the only constant. Emphasis has come a long way in terms of how we recruit talent in the organization. From a company which used to use pen and paper test and evaluation process to being completely virtual and online recruiting being the norm in the last 1 decade. And I would now like to invite the leader who's pioneered these changes. Please welcome Mr. Rajesh Ahuja, Vice President, Head Talent Acquisition. He is an experienced leader with strong experience in various facets of human resource management, covering business partnering, talent acquisition, compensation management, organization development, communication, etc. He has a rich cultural experience working, living in India, United Kingdom, and Southeast Asia. This has been enhanced further by working closely with teams from Japan, North America, European Union, China, and other Asian countries. So with a round of applause, let us welcome Mr. Rajesh Ahuja.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shan and Nungshi, for having me and giving me the opportunity to speak to your finalists on Hack with Infi. Very excited and very glad to be here. I was listening to Rafi just before I came on the stage, and he had some really interesting points which he made about technology, about working at Infosys, and so on and so forth. So I'm not going to repeat some of that. But before I share my perspectives, I wanted to congratulate each one of you for being the finalist. It's not easy to come from a 2 lakh number, 2 lakh people to the final 100. It takes a lot of effort, intelligence, hard work for you to be here. So heartiest congratulations, and I really wish you great luck for your next set of problem solving, which you're going to do now. I was told, and I'm also told that I'm standing between your fun part of the Hack with Infi event and the boring part. So I'm not going to bore you too long. But there are a few things which I wanted to talk to you about. One, I feel this is the most exciting time for a graduate to enter workforce, and why I think so. So I want to really talk about it a few minutes. I also want to talk about areas which Rafi touched upon on hackathons and problem solving, and why those are important skills, not just from the perspective where Rafi was coming from, but also from your long-term career perspective. Last but not the least, I want to give you a little bit of glimpse on what's happening in the world of talent and people and careers and the hybrid versus virtual world and so on and so forth. So that's essentially what I want to talk about today, and very happy to take questions as they come along, or if there are already questions which you have for me. So first things first, I think you all are extremely lucky and fortunate that you are in the year 2021 doing this activity, trying to put your first step in the working life. I started working when probably some of you, or most of you, were not even born. I graduated when most of you were not born, definitely, and I did my engineering first, and then my MBA in HR. But there are things which I see with students today, and I feel even if we had even 10% of what all resources you have, we would have really done well in our career. Because if I had to do any research or I had to figure out a new thing, there was only two ways: either ask someone, physical person, not Alexa or Google or somebody, and or go to a library and drown yourself with the books and trying to figure things out on your own. Now, in this world of digital, where almost every bit of information is available online, or some resources available to help you at the drop of a hat 24/7, it's a great time to be an engineer. Second, I think the world has realized, world had realized even prior to COVID that technology is the way of future, and the companies, irrespective of which sector they are in, what products they have, what business they do, are going to be solely dependent on technology to be successful. But in the last 18 months of COVID, it's not just about accelerating the digital transformation, but also that now everybody not just knows, but has also realized that if they do not adapt technology fast enough, they will become, they'll go out of business, or they'll become extinct very, very soon. Now, this is true for governments. This is true for private corporations. This is true for social corporations or NGOs and so on and so forth. And this is also true for each one of us individually. And I think that's my first big message to each one of you, that the world is going to thrive on technology, and hence each one of you also need to thrive on technology. You're already in it. You're already learning technology. You're already learning programming. You're already trying to solve problems using that. But the second part of the second message I want to leave behind is it's not one-time learning. You finishing your engineering is not going to be the end of it. If you want to be successful, you have to be a lifelong learner, and not just lifelong learner of technology, lifelong learner for skills. And at various stages in your career and life, you will have to learn different skills for you to survive and thrive and do better and so on and so forth. So lifelong learning is in your career, in your jobs, you will become a developer, and then you will become a designer, and you'll become a manager, and so on and so forth. If you choose to be, or you become an architect, or you become a super programmer, or whatever else you choose to be. Remember one thing: each of these are just a pit stop in your career. These are just the milestones which you will have. You will only go to the next milestone if you are constantly upgrading yourself, constantly learning new things, constantly trying to apply those new things, and going forward with it. And one such skill, which I think I rate at the top of everything, every other hard or soft skill, is the problem-solving skill. Problem-solving includes problem identification. Rafi touched upon it a little bit, but the point I want to make here is, if you have the ability to understand a problem, or in some cases, challenge a status quo and say this can be done in a different or a better fashion, and then solve it using technology, using other tools, a multidisciplinary approach, working with people across the spectrum on that problem statement, and show an output which really works, or which is better than what it was, is what is going to make you really, really successful in life. Now, problem solving does not happen because you're sitting in a nice room with a very powerful computer connected to internet and trying to change the world like it happens in some of the Hollywood movies. That's not how the problems are solved. Problems are solved by talking to people, by going and experiencing what's happening, by making your hands really, really dirty and trying it multiple times, whether a solution works or not. So it's important that you do not put yourself in a cocoon and be interactive. Rafi spoke about storytelling abilities. I would, even before you are able to say stories or tell stories about how you solve the problem or what the problem statement is, it's important that you learn to work in a team. You learn to respect others. You learn to, take advantage of what other people can solve for, and come collectively together to solve the problem. And given that we are at Infosys, I would like, one thing you will get at Infosys is the opportunity to learn for your life, be it formal learning through classes and tutorials and quizzes and certifications and everything else, and or with a lot of on-the-job learning, where you'll work with some fantastic teams, try and solve some of the best-in-class problems. Rafi spoke about, developing products, making platforms, using the latest of technology, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? So to work in social sector, to work in, work for the larger good of the society, all of that you will get in abundance at Infosys. So, those of you who are accepting the offers or are going to join Infosys, this is one thing you will really, really enjoy at Infosys, that the learning never stops at any point in time. So that's my 2 cents on why this is a great time. A little bit more, and what skills you should really focus on for your success in your lifetime. But there are also challenges in this age and world when you're entering the workforce or when you're planning to start your career. The biggest one is how do you start your career virtually? How do you ensure that you are not how do you ensure that you get the best out of the organization and start your career really on a nice footing? Organizations, Infosys included, are making a lot of efforts for each one of you to be successful. The great onboarding programs virtually, ensuring that their managers talk to you, your team leaders are speaking to you constantly, et cetera, et cetera. But the biggest onus is on you. One, you have to, online does not mean hiding behind a computer. Online means you have to make an extra effort to be available, to be known, to be interacting with people. Switching on video is a very, very good habit rather than not. Picking up the phone and talking to people outside of the Microsoft Teams and Zoom sessions is extremely important. And believe you me, while you will have a great career because of the world's adoption of technology and changes, it's also going to be not easy working in the virtual world. So make that extra effort to interact, to be with people, to create that support system around you, and effectively use that. Moving on to the world of hackathons. That's another thing which I wish which was there when I was a student or I was growing up in my career. I think it's a wonderful way of getting recruited, right? Recruiting is not easy. Recruiting is, especially in this age and world, where the demand of good talent far outstrips the supply of good people. And that's why, getting shortlisted from 2 lakh applicants to 100 can show you the amount of effort which is required to bring in the best and the brightest talent to any organization. And world over, now hackathons are becoming a very popular way of recruiting because it allows multiple things, right? It allows you to showcase your individual talent, individual skills, whether you've learned programming, whether you've learned mathematics or any other kind of tools, aptitude, analytical skills for you to showcase. It allows you to showcase your team working skills, where you're working with people outside of your known circles and are trying to solve problems. And the best thing which I like about it is the close to the real life working environment which you face. You have limited time to solve problems. Problems are not easy to solve. They require multidisciplinary approach. The problem needs to be solved on an end-to-end basis, and so on and so forth, right? So it really gives you a good glimpse of what the real world looks like, real working world looks like once you join the organization, finish your training and start working. And last but not the least, it also signifies a very strong aspect of work, which is having fun, right? It's not that it's all boring and dull at workplaces. There is a lot of fun which happens, which is very similar to what you experience in doing hackathons. There are interesting distractions which happen. There are a lot of inspirational people you meet. There is a lot of learning which happens outside of formal and work-related learning at workplaces. So I'm very glad that all of you chose to come through this experience, go through this experience, and I'm very sure you'll enjoy the final as much as you've enjoyed the first few halves. When we used to do this in physical world a couple of years earlier, the entire team organizing this, everybody used to have those 24-hour runs. And Shan and Nungshi used to be very different people after those 24 hours as compared to the way they started it. So I'm very glad that we're continuing that focus and effort for us to do a similar rigor in the virtual world. My last bit it is about you are starting a career, and think about your career as a long-term 30 years of your life, or 30 to 40 years of your life you'll be working, right? Whether you work in an organization, you start on your own, you do your MBAs and do something else, but you will be working in some way or the other for the next 30 to 40 years or maybe more. And hence, always have a longer term picture in your mind. And the first 5 years, first 10 years of your career, purely think about it in terms of what are you investing in your career. Are you learning? Are you growing? Are you really good at what you are doing? And how quickly are you able to translate your learnings into actual good work and showcase that, I can learn, I can perform, and I can do more. The reason I'm saying this is a lot of you in your very early stages will get into this mode of comparison that, okay, I got an offer with Infi at this much money, somebody got an offer at some other company with this much money, should I do this, somebody got 20% more than I did, or somebody got 50% more than I did, and they are better, they are not, I should also join the same company, and etc., etc. And my humble request to you would be, compare your job offers or the organizations you're going to work for on one simple aspect: how much formal and informal training and learning they will provide to you, and how much ability you would have to learn and grow in your job as you go along. And grow does not mean promotions and next level and things like that. Grow means, are you getting better work, more work, different work, those kind of aspects. And the reason I'm saying that is, when you think about 40 years, all of you will do extremely well. You will make the money, you will grow in your careers, you will have the positions as you will go along. So don't get into a rush of comparison. Learn, invest in your career. The more you will learn, the more you will invest, the more good work you will do, the faster you will grow for the rest of your life. If you choose wrong jobs in the beginning, you will have to go through a correction cycle, which will then bring you back to the right path. So choose your right path very well in the beginning. Go with it. Don't get hassled by somebody getting a better offer or somebody doing something different. Think about yourself, what you want to do. Are you on the right path? Be confident, and then go with it. So I'm gonna stop here, Shan, and answer any questions if anybody has.
Sure. Thank you so much, Rajesh, for such an insightful session. I'm sure the students are going to take away a lot from this. So we can now take the questions from the audience. So you can type in the chat box, send us your questions, and we'll take it up for you. So Rajesh, we have the first question. The first question is, how do you think the global pandemic has changed the recruitment function?
Oh, so global pandemic did a lot of things to us, right? as a recruitment function. The first thing was when pandemic happened, everybody panicked and everybody stopped recruiting, right? Including us. So we also stopped recruiting. We spent a lot of time convincing everybody, all the students we had extended offers to, all the senior people we had extended offer to, telling them that we will bring you on board. Let's just understand what's happening around us. And then there were some delays and et cetera, et cetera. So that was the beginning of pandemic. The second part of the pandemic was to wait and watch how the world changes, improves, which was a very short period, I must say. The third part of the pandemic is we are recruiting more than ever. And as I said in the beginning, the world has now adopted use of technology in a very, very deep manner. And technology companies like us have to now do a lot more servicing and work for our clients, building new solutions, upgrading the old solutions, changing the way the adoption of cloud, adoption of AI is really, really making the world very different from a recruiting perspective. So we're recruiting more than ever. Now, to recruit more than ever, we have also adopted technology very, very deeply. So we also use everything. All our recruiting systems are on cloud now. We use a lot of technology, data, and AI to screen and evaluate our candidates, to process them faster, be it chatbots, be it whatever else, right? So all in all, very exciting time from a recruiting perspective. A lot more work than we ever had, but a lot more new solutions also, which are helping us to do that. And of course, everything is virtual, so evaluations are virtual. Meeting the candidates is virtual. It's no longer the fun of going to a college and recruiting. It's no longer the fun of hosting events in our campuses. But it's still pretty exciting.
Yes, Rajesh. So that's very well articulated. The next question for you is, any advice for an aspiring candidate on how to get up with the changing dynamics of campus recruitment?
Yes, apart from what the things I already spoke, be really good at whatever you have learned. If you have done mechanical engineering, be really good at mechanical engineering. So that you know what subjects you have learned, what problems you can solve, and so on and so forth. Second, prepare very well, right? If you're appearing for a technology company, you're appearing for an emphasis selection process, there's going to be a test. There's going to be an interview. So how are you preparing for it? Showcase your abilities well. It's difficult to showcase. It's not easy for everybody to talk in front of a computer as much as it is to talk in person. So practice a lot for your interviews, for your test. Do the mock test, debate the questions, and when you have the chance to interact with recruiters or the professionals from the individual companies, ask the right questions, so that you know what they're looking for, what it takes to get selected, and present the best of you, right? Don't think because it's on Zoom or it's on a video platform, it's going to be easier. It's actually tougher. So prepare is going to be my advice. The virtual world is going to be more difficult than the physical world. So a little bit of extra preparation will always help.
Sure, Rajesh. And the very last one for you, Rajesh. The talent market has become especially tougher in the last 6 months. The fight for talent has only gone crazier. And the candidates are spoiled for choice in terms of number of offers they hold. So while picking up a company, what do you think are the important parameters that the candidate must keep in mind?
The most important one, in my sense, is it a good company? When I say it's a good company, they have a track record of hiring a lot of individuals, making them successful. How they do? Does the company provide you with a lot of formal and informal learning, training once you join? When you are starting out from a campus, there is a lot which still needs to be learned before you are fully independent on work, right? And hence, are there formal learning programs? Are there informal learning programs? Are there more people like you who are going to be together with you? What kind of social and mental support is provided for, especially in the virtual world, so that you don't feel alone sitting in your own bedroom and not with the larger organization. Last but not the least, is it a fun place to work, right? Are you going to have fun? Are you really going to be happy with the people you're going to work with? You can share a laugh, joke, and pursue some of the extracurricular activities. You can be a better debater. You can play cricket. You can do whatever else. Obviously, some of it is in the physical world. Some of it will continue in the virtual world. If you see all of that, then that's the right company. Compensation should be the last thing you should think about. And this is a very honest advice. Something which I have personally done in my life. And I have had some amazing results because I followed my gut to learn and do better work rather than chase better money in the beginning of my career.
Sure, Rajesh. Thank you so much for that wonderful session on the talent overview. It was a pleasure having you here, Rajesh. Rajesh has joined us from US, and even though it's evening for us, it's an early morning for Rajesh. So thank you. Really appreciate that, Rajesh.
My pleasure, Shan and Anshi. Thanks for organizing such a beautiful event year on year. Great job. To all the participants, all the best. Do well. We're really, really happy to have you here. And look forward to having most of you join Infosys very soon. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thanks, Rajesh.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye. So this marks the end of the opening ceremony of Hack with Infy 2021.
We are all set to witness the top 99 brains of the country battle out for the coveted cash prize. It will be interesting to watch them code, collaborate, and conquer. Right, Shan?
Absolutely, Anshi. And I'm looking forward to seeing everybody again on 23rd of August at 3 p.m. sharp for the award ceremony. And trust me, do attend it because there are loads of surprises and celebrities especially lined up for you. So stay tuned. Thank you.